The meeting of the Broward County Commission is about to begin. Will all audience members please silence your cell phones? For those viewing from home or on mobile devices, thank you for watching. To stay informed about Broward County government, please visit broward.org or follow us on social media. County Commission meetings are open to the public. Members of the public wishing to be heard on any agenda item can register one of two ways. Visit registertospeak.broward.org and fill out the online registration form. Or scan the QR code posted in various locations inside and just outside the Commission chambers to register on your mobile device. A registration form must be completed for each item you wish to speak on. If you have trouble registering digitally, visit County Administration on the 4th floor for assistance. All speakers must appear in person. No further speaker sign-ups will be accepted after an item has been called. Please show respect for others and refrain from making impertinent, slanderous remarks or personal attacks. Boisterous behavior, including applause, booing, and cheering, is not permitted. Thank you for joining us. The meeting will begin shortly.
If you would begin to take your seats, please, we would appreciate it. Okay. We are now calling to order the Broward County Commission meeting this Tuesday, May the 2nd, 2023. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here today. We actually now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence, which I'll talk about momentarily. And I'm going to have Mr. Melton for the Pledge of Allegiance. So we hear his voice.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please continue to stand as customary, we observe a moment of silence to honor those notable persons from our community who have recently passed, and I'll begin with my colleagues. Commissioner McKenzie, you have anybody?
None, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Bogan? Commissioner Udine?
Unfortunately, we lost in the city of Parkland this weekend Mayor Sal Pagliara. I know most of you probably remember Sal. He hasn't served in a long time, but he was pretty much instrumental in building the city of Parkland. He was the longest-serving mayor in Parkland. Him and his wife Dottie lived in the ranches. I could tell you so many stories about Sal. I came on right after him. If you needed building plans, you had to call Sal. They were in his garage. There were tire marks from where he used to drive his pickup truck over one of the fields to get to City Hall from his house. He lived, it was a life well lived, and the city of Parkland lost a true leader and friend this past weekend. I think the arrangements will come out. I'm sure the League of Cities will reach out to everybody, but it's next Tuesday. And please add Mayor Sal Pagliara and the Pagliara family in your prayers today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor? Anybody? Commissioner Rogers?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to recognize Mignon Befan, whose sunrise was April 7th, 2005. Sunset, April 13th, 2023. Just turned 18, and he's no longer with us. I would like to extend our heartfelt condolences from this commission with your listening family members. And as we celebrate Mental Health Month also, Mr. Mayor, there was a 23-year-old young lady also that took her life. And I don't have her name to mention later, but just wanted to acknowledge those two families today.
Absolutely. Let's also honor all the brave men and women who served and continue to serve our armed forces, especially during Fleet Week, as we're able to recognize those, both here and abroad, and thank them for their service. Please, a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Well, today's music was brought to you by live from Commissioner Mark Bogan. And again, he changes it up every time because it's the same two songs. Remember, Commissioner Udine?
Oh, did he do Chicago again?
25 or 64 to go in Old Days by Chicago. So he always changes it up and keeps the same songs every time. But we appreciate you, Commissioner Bogan, for all of your dedicated to the Chicago band.
Well, being from Chicago, I have to, sometimes honor that city. But Mayor, if you don't mind if I forgot, I would like to, with a little levity, I'd like to give my condolences. I'd like to give my condolences really to the people of Boston, because our Florida Panthers beat the best team in the history, of the NHL, right? They are the best team. And normally, you say hats off to the Panthers, right? Well, I don't have a hat. So I'm going to say shirts off to the Panthers. And for that, I'm going to take my shirt off.
Oh.
He's serious.
He is serious, isn't he?
This is for the Panthers.
Point of order, Mayor. Only Commissioner Bogan, folks.
Hold on.
Motion to censor.
Here we go. Here we go.
Shirts off to our Florida Panthers.
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor, everybody.
Yes.
I'd like to question the county attorney. Don't we have rules about
Mayor-
decorum on the dais, which
Come on.
Commissioner Bogan is...
It's not out of the box thinking here, okay? And tonight is the game, folks, so let's
That's it.
support our Florida Panthers.
As we congratulate our Panthers, and we wish them the best success in the next games to come. So, Commissioner Bogan,
Yes,
you are one of a kind.
thank you. Gotta have a little levity in this world.
All righty, we have some proclamations followed by some special presentations. We're going to obviously honor our employee service recognition. First, we're going to have our proclamations. We have 3 today. We're going to begin with MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, presented by myself, the mayor, and Jennifer Walsh, if you will come forward as the affiliated executive director of MAD Southeast Florida. And I've been privileged over the years in my public service to be able to always recognize MAD and what they have been able to accomplish, and to recognize those who lost lives, and look forward to the next vigil, as we always have. So whereas Walk Life MAD is a signature fundraising event for Mothers Against Drunk Driving, the nation's premier organization working to end drunk driving, help fight drug driving, support victims of these violent crimes, and prevent underage drinking. Whereas almost every 90 seconds, a person is injured in a drunk driving crash. That's just horrific. The second consecutive year, alcohol-related deaths increased in our country, causing 13,384 fatalities in 2021. Whereas MAD Broward, established in 1980, works tirelessly to support victims at no charge, advocate for stronger laws, and create a future for no more victims. Whereas on Sunday, May the 7th, 2023, MAD Broward will host the UKG and Salah Foundation Walk Like MAD and MAD Dash Fort Lauderdale 5K, presented by the Sheriff's Foundation of Broward County and UBS at Huizenga Plaza in the city of Fort Lauderdale. As the funds raised will be used to continue MAD Broward's community education, victim support services, and youth programs that work to eliminate underage drinking. Whereas Broward County supports MAD in reminding residents and visitors alike of other causes, drunk driving does not need a cure. The cure is awareness and education so that each one of us chooses to drive sober or designate a driver. Now therefore be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby proclaims Saturday, May 7, 2023 as Walk Like MAD and MAD Dash Day in Broward County, Florida, encourages all residents to participate in this important event and to make responsible decisions and to act appropriately to prevent impaired driving. We are honored to present this to you, Jennifer. We just continue your organization to really make a difference and to save lives. Thank you so much.
Mayor Fisher, Vice Mayor Rich, and Commissioners, I'd like to personally thank you all on behalf of MAD victims, volunteers, and staff here in Broward County for this proclamation. Additionally, I'd like to thank the community for continuing to support this event, raising over $3.5 million since the inception of the Walk Like MAD and MAD Dash Fort Lauderdale 5K. I'd like to invite all of you to attend this event this Sunday, May 7th, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, as it will be an uplifting opportunity for everyone to save lives. We need everyone's help in joining this fight to end drunk driving in our community. Thank you.
I'm going to run it.
Please do.
I am. Yeah.
Well, that's right.
For all of us.
I'm going to run it for the commission.
Commissioner Dean is going to be our representative. He's going to run in 5K.
I'm running it.
I'm not gonna run. I applaud. I'll walk it. Yeah, you're right. Well, it takes the shirt off.
Now I'm going to call down Commissioner Mike Udine is going to present the Miss Broward County to Alana Schuerday, I think that's right? Okay, Commissioner Udine, you're up.
Awesome. This is so cool. Okay, I have Miss Broward County with me today, Miss Alana Shearer. She's currently the 85th Miss Broward County and will compete for the title of Miss Florida in June of 2023. Yeah. Alana grew up in Coral Springs. She attended Maplewood Elementary, Sawgrass Springs Middle, and Coral Glades High School. After graduating from high school, she was one of Broward County's Arts and Future Scholarship recipients and has received a Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management and Tourism from Florida State University. Okay, go ahead, yeah, all right. In her free time, Alana teaches dance and currently serves on the Coral Springs Public Arts Committee. The Miss America organization is the #1 leading provider of scholarships for young women in the United States, and thus far, Alana has earned over $17,000 in scholarships. Whereas as Miss Broward County, Alana promotes her community service initiative, TAP, which stands for Turn Up Artistic Participation. Alana often volunteers with art-related organizations and events to increase public engagement in community arts. Alana has previously emceed the performing arts stage at the Coral Springs Festival of the Arts, led dance workshops supporting Orange Ribbons for Jamie, and mentored young girls with the Heart Art projects for local children's hospitals. Whereas she is excited to represent Broward County, where she has grown up and lives and works, as Miss Broward County, and hopes to make history as the first Miss Broward to win the Miss Florida come June 24th in Lakeland, Florida. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby designates today, Tuesday, May 2nd, as Miss Broward County Alana Shearer Day in Broward County, Florida. And we wish you the best of luck, and this is signed by the mayor, and since he signed it, you're definitely going to win the competition. Bogan has friends in very high places, so make a call. Congratulations. Thank you so much. You want to say anything?
I just wanted to say thank you very much to the Broward County Commission, Michael Udine, for always being supportive and listening to all of your constituents and what you do on a daily basis here. I've grown up, I do work right down the street at MODS, the Museum of Discovery and Science working event, so I'm familiar with the area. I've grown up here, and it is an honor to represent Broward County this year. And I really hope, maybe being first runner-up last year, that I have all the fight in me to bring it home this year. So, like we said, it's the #1 providing scholarships for women in the United States. I'm very thankful for the opportunities that it has given me, and I would encourage anyone who knows women between the ages of 18 to 28 to get involved and find out what locals are out there for young women to feel supported and empowered and really take part in the community service around them. So thank you very much.
Now we do a picture of it. Hey, Mom, turn it vertical for Instagram. All right?
Okay. We have one final proclamation. That's going to be Haitian Heritage Month / Caribbean American Heritage Month. It's going to be by our own Commissioner Hazel Rogers, and it'll be presented to Ingrid Roberts for Caribbean American Heritage Month and Alex Joseph for Haitian American Heritage Month. If you'll please join the Commissioner down at the podium, we should appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and colleagues. It's good to be honoring and sharing about Caribbean Heritage Month, and I would be remiss if I did not recognize my colleague, one of the commissioners from the We Care City of Lauderdale Lakes, Commissioner Tycee Caldwell. Please stand, Commissioner. Please join me, Commissioner. Oh dear.
Good morning.
Good morning. You can tell that she is ready to be Caribbean. Okay, that is one of the outfits that we can wear, and it represents every island in the Caribbean. Could you step forward, darling? Good, thank you. Ms. Ingrid, I think you left your notes with me. I'm giving it back to you. I'm sorry. This proclamation was requested by me, and I want to thank the mayor and his office for always trying to accommodate all of us. Whereas President George W. Bush issued the first National Caribbean American Heritage Month proclamation in June 2006, and it has been issued annually since then by every president of the United States. Whereas Caribbean American Heritage Month was established to create and disseminate knowledge about the contributions of Caribbean people to the United States. Whereas we approach Caribbean Heritage Month, we pause to celebrate Haitian Heritage Month to affirm the importance of Haiti's historical and cultural significance, including the role it played in the fight for independence and the abolition of slavery. And whereas in Broward County, we celebrate the strength, resilience, and diversity of Caribbean cultures, including those of Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, Dominica, Barbados, Grenada, St. Lucia, the Bahamas, many others, and stand in solidarity with the Caribbean neighbors and work towards a better future. Whereas the Greater Caribbean American Cultural Coalition provides opportunities for cross-cultural understanding, acceptance, and interaction between people of diverse nationalities and heritage. The organization encourages residents to celebrate Haitian Flag Day on May 18th, of course, 2023, attend on May 21st, 2023, the oldest Caribbean Cultural Festival in Broward County, and celebrate Caribbean American Heritage Month in June. And that festival is called Unifest, and it's in its 29th year. Whereas Haitian American Month and Caribbean American Heritage Month aims to educate people on the rich history and culture of Haiti and the Caribbean to increase awareness and understanding of the diversity and the richness of Haitian and Caribbean American culture. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Broward County Board of County Commissioners that the board hereby recognizes the months of May and June as Haitian Heritage Month and Caribbean American Heritage Month, respectively in Broward County, Florida. And it's signed by our mayor, so you know it is good. We might be able to auction this off with the help of the mayor. We might be able to auction this off with the help of the mayor.
I like it.
Thank you, I know you would. Thank you very much, and I'll present the first one because May comes before, we're in May, and this is Haitian Heritage Month, and we thank you for joining us today. And I'm going to do the other one and give you a moment to say a few words, and then Miss Ingrid. And she's from Trinidad. Okay, most people think of Jamaica and Haiti all the time, so we brought in a Trinidadian, TNT, in the house. Okay, and we thank you for representing today. Thank you. May first. Ladies first.
Ladies first, yes.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Millions of Caribbean Americans strengthen our country through their vibrant cultures, traditions, languages, the family values. In recognition of National Caribbean American Heritage Month, we honor the immeasurable ways Caribbean Americans have added to our American dream. Public servants like Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, first Black presidential candidate, our national first Supreme Court Justice of Puerto Rican descent, Sonia Sotomayor, and the late General Colin Powell, the son of Jamaican immigrants, and the first Black U.S. Secretary of State. Locally, we have Jamaican Mayor Samuel Brown, first Black mayor of Broward City, Dale Holness, the first Jamaican county mayor, Mayor Sam Berglin, first Haitian mayor in Broward City, and County Commission Hazel Rogers, the first Jamaican to be elected to office in southeastern United States, former state rep and mayor of the Weaker City of Lauderdale Lakes. Contributors in every field have left a lasting impact on this, our home. Caribbean American businesses, entrepreneurs, scientists, medical professionals, teachers, police officers, athletes, artists, entertainers, the late Harry Belafonte. The state of Florida and Broward is the Caribbean's major destinations for recreational travel, international commerce, and students seeking higher education, which contributes millions into our local economy and institutions on all annual basis. So as you can see, the Caribbean people bring a lot of value to Broward County and the United States of America. So I'm proud to be here today. Thank you.
Photo opportunity with our colleagues, okay? Thank you. Any Jamaican, any Caribbean people in the house, I gave instructions for you to be at your desk and just wave, do that proud wave. All right? Don't forget, we had an agreement. We're going to be waving at this time. Thank you very much. Caribbean people in the audience, let me turn around and look.
You want to start taking a picture? Oh, no, you're good, you're good. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to say thank you to everybody for number one. This proclamation does mean a lot, especially to the Haitian community as far as what I'm representing. But not only do I represent just the Haitian community, I also represent the veterans and the military personnel that continue to serve, as I am still serving myself. The other thing that I want to also represent is for our business owners that are here, that are Caribbean, Haitians, and everybody else that's really, really out here to help Broward County and the U.S. Just a short story, real quick. I used to be stationed up in Savannah, Hinesville, really. Anyways, up there, there's a little restaurant called Vinny's Pizzeria, right? And my sister used to live in Atlanta, and we're always going down there every weekend, going down to Savannah to go eat pizza, Vinny's Pizzeria. And my sister told me one time, it's like, when you get down there, you have to go look at the monument that represent for the Haitians that fought in which war, World War I, I believe it was. Fact check me, I'm not sure which one it is. But anyway, at the end, the point of the story is that every weekend I went down and I was always parking next to this big monument, big, like the size of this entire front here waiting area, right? So I parked by it, and I'm like, well, I don't see it. I always tell my sister, did you look at it? I'm like, no. So she comes down to Atlanta, and I park where I always park, and she's like, you never see this right here? I'm like, oh no, I didn't realize it was sitting here. And we had a good laugh about that. The moral to the story is, pay attention to what's around you, pay attention to what value people bring. Always realize that, you know, it's ingrained in our culture to help, to provide, okay, to service. So just remember that when you're dealing with a Caribbean person, or people of Caribbean descent, understand that we're here to show love, and that's all we do. And I'm sure that's what Broward County and everybody in here can represent and say, we are here for love. All right, remember that. Thank you very much.
So much. We're going to take a quick picture. If everybody would come forward, we'll take a quick picture, please. Okay. As everybody is taking their seats, please, I need you to just focus on the dais. And this is an abundance of caution. There's no need to get alarmed, but there was an incident that is happening right down the street from our building. And so our building right now, in abundance of caution, is in a lockdown mode, which is fine. But we want to make sure that everybody stays in the chambers until we have that clearance, okay? So everybody's safe. The building is completely safe, but just an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that you stay put until I get you the word to say we can leave, all right? So that's good news for the employees. They don't have to go back to work right now.
And we get to celebrate them a little more.
That's right, exactly. So our presentations next will be, of course, our employees' recognitions for 20 would get 25, 30 to 35 would get 40 years. So I'm going to ask Ms. Shapiro to come and join me at the podium as we begin our recognition for our employees.
I know.
So as Ms. Shapiro just comes up to recognize, beginning our employees, there's a special recognition that on behalf of the board, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, Commissioner Udine, it's exciting to give this incredible news. We talk about recognitions, right? Employees, where Monica Shapiro has received Administrator of the Year from the American Society of Public Administrators, South Florida Chapter. We are so proud of you. She had no idea that was coming, so I wanted to surprise her on that. But our fearless leader is the top of the world here, so thank you.
Well, South Florida anyway. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're right, you should not have done that. But now we're going to really celebrate the reason all of us have a lot of success in this organization and this community, because we get to, all you're going to hear just for a minute is an announcement to the rest of the folks in this building that the building is on lockdown.
The building is going on lockdown as a police activity in the area. Please stay away from the doors. Do not attempt to exit. Stay put and remain calm.
This is a drill, only a drill.
So, thanks for the levity, but unfortunately, it is not a drill. But it is truly an abundance of caution. The activity that they are reporting is further west on Las Olas, across the way, across from the bridge. So it is truly an abundance of caution. So we're in good shape here. We're very secure, and so we're going to go on and
Celebrate our employees.
And celebrate all of the great accomplishments in the longevity. All right, so we're going to start off with 20 years of service. Enterprise Technology Services, our ETS, I think we're.
Yeah, we're caught there.
All right. Katrina Stewart Cosme. Thank you. And before I go too much further on this list, I want to make sure if there's anyone here for recognitions that did not check in, make sure you do right here so that we make sure we have your certificate and we can make sure to announce you. All right. So another 20 years of service from Facilities Management, Jonathan Hardaway. Thank you. We're going to go over to our park system. Another 20 years of service, Mark Salas. How about purchasing? We have Michael Mullen in the house. I think a lot of us will recognize this name from traffic engineering, Andrew Sebo. All right, Rita, you got yours? Yes, I did. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Absolutely. All right, next we're jumping to 25 years from aviation, Daniel Sau. All right. The next couple we've got from Broward Addiction and Recovery Center, Michael Florio. Start here and you can close this. Hey, Mark! Hey. Let me go here. Thank you. All right, how about Seth Joseph, also from BARC? Nice job. All right. All right, from Resilience Division in red, how about Victor Suarez?
Victor.
Thank you.
Got one over here, man.
Go.
There we go. All right, let's go back to Public Works, Highway Bridge Maintenance, James Jacobson. Congratulations. We'll shift back over to Human Services, Gene Smith. Oh, boy.
must sign the paychecks.
That's you.
We got one over here, too. There we go.
One more time for Gene Smith.
All right.
Your husband's in.
All right, let's go to a quieter bunch, huh?
Yeah, quiet.
How about the libraries? Lisa Manners.
Medications.
Not that you couldn't hear for her, but
Just keep trying to plug
thought
away.
your group might be a little quieter. Congratulations. Good to see you. Congratulations.
Great job.
This is bad. There you go. That's yours? All right. Congratulations. All right, we'll round out the 25 years with two from Records, Taxes, and Treasury. Felicia Whitfield, please, join us. Thank you for your service. All right.
Yes, sir. Come on in. Come on in, buddy.
You want to go around? There we go, there we go. One more over here, I think. All right, congratulations and thank you. All right, Belinda O'Neill Jackson, Records, Taxes, and Treasury.
Miss Belinda.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How are you?
Okay.
One over here. There you go. Absolutely, thank you. All right, now we're gonna jump over to 30 years of service. And this is another name that I think some of us may recognize. How about from Human Resources, Mr. Alan Wilson? Oh, cowbell.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so I think that you're trying to get that human resource group. Come on.
Come on, let's represent. Everybody towards the back.
All right,
We gotta
Want to go to the back?
This is up. We're gonna remember this forever.
Go to the back?
it's okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll do a quick one. We'll do a quick one.
Smile, guys. I'll hide over here.
Get closer, please. Closer, closer. Please go on the other side. A bit closer, closer. Okay. Ready? One and two. Thank you.
So for those of you that don't know what Alan does and why he's so popular, so he's our Assistant Director of Human Resources, but for many years was our division lead for all of labor relations. So he knows quite a few of the members of our organization. Yeah, thanks. Yep. So this next recognition is for an individual that we have a special request for a short video that we're going to accommodate today. So Michael, if you can go ahead and play this. This is for 30 years of service for Parks and Recreation for Fred Pulver. But before Fred, you can come on down and we'll cheer for you, but we want to show something special for you today.
Pay attention to the monitors.
Good morning, Ohayo gozaimasu, Broward County from Okinawa, Japan. My name is Albert Pulver, and I'm here today to recognize my father, Fred Pulver, who has been working as a plumber in our Parks and Recreation Department for the past 30 years. Dad, I personally would like to take this time to thank you for all that you've done for me in my life, and I know that our county would like to thank you for your many years of dedication, resilience, and service to our Parks Department. Dad, I wish I could be there to celebrate with you today. Please enjoy your day, and again, congratulations. O genki de. Take care, everyone.
I guess I could have danced with him. Good important. Thank you. Because the son had the mayor from Oakland Park called me to make sure that video game. So I had to give the monitor, she cared.
All right, congratulations again.
Proud son.
You don't often get a request from overseas, but we thought that was a very special moment to share. All right, continuing on with 30 years of service from Transit, Tommy Hawthorne. Come on in, Corey. All right, congratulations. Thanks for your service.
Tommy, thank you.
I know, but hey, you earned it. All right. So from Wastewater Recycling Services, Edward Ruby.
Ruby.
Thank you for your service. Congratulations.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. All right, we're going to do this one. All right, thank you. Now, if you can believe it, we've got several for 35 years of service with the county. And there's three individuals we're going to recognize here from the libraries, the first of which is Linda Kennedy. We're going to go here and then we'll go there. Now we'll go over here. Thank you. Congratulations again. Linda Jefferson, please join us for your recognition. Thank you for your service. Thank you. All right, our last individual for 35 years, and yes, we have one more after that. Catherine Roch from the libraries. I know, good deal. Congratulations. Nice to see you. Thank you for your service. We'll start here. And we'll go over here. All right. Congratulations. Absolutely. All right, so there's often a lot of longevity in our organization, but you don't see 40 years of service very often. So let's give it up for Records, Taxes, and Treasury, Margaret Vicat. We got one over here? Yeah. Of course, libraries.
Libraries, come on up.
I'm sorry, records. Records. She started in libraries. I went way back. She started in libraries. It's my age.
Come on in here.
Come on in, guys. You want to go to the back? Let's go to the back. Let's go to the back. So you get all the picture.
That'll be fine.
Yep, you turn your, no, let's go. Turn your back that way, all the way to the back. We'll take a picture of everybody. How are you? Good to see you. No, not me, honey, not yet. I know. I'm coming.
No. Are you sure?
I got carried away. She started her career in library. We'll start over here. Right.
Couple more. Good.
So thank you to everyone, and we're going to go start the commission meeting, but as a reminder, we need everyone to stay in the chambers, so you'll get to see a little bit of commission action this morning.
The Tuesday agenda memorandum. The following are submitted for your consideration. Consent items are 1 through 29. Public hearing items are 30 through 42. Regular items are 43 through 55. I request the following withdrawals and Scrivener error corrections and inclusion of additional information. Withdrawals, deferrals, substitutions, none. Scrivener's errors, none. Additional information. Item 16, the board's consideration of this item is based on the updated Exhibit 2 distributed as additional material. Item 17, the board's consideration of this item is based on the updated Exhibit 2 distributed as additional material. Item 29, Exhibit 1, page 2, number 5, line 7, currently reads $17,622.50, should read $18,185.10. Exhibit 1, page 2, number 5, line 8, currently reads $5,622.50, should read $6,185.10. The board's consideration of this item is based on the amendments to the dollar amounts as indicated above. Item 30, this is the first of 2 public hearings for this item. Item 45, Mayor Lamar Fisher requests to be added as a sponsor. Item 45, the board's consideration of this item is based on the replacement executed purchase and sale agreement distributed as additional material. Mayor requests without objection items 44, 46, 48, 49, 50, and 54 be moved to consent. Time certain item 47, 11:30 a.m. or at the conclusion of the regular agenda. Additional material, regular meeting. Items 1A through 1C, board appointments. Item 16, updated Exhibit 2 submitted by the Office of the County Attorney. Item 17, updated Exhibit 2 submitted by the Office of the County Attorney. Item 25, substitute Exhibit 1 submitted by Resilient Environment Department. Item 45, substitute Exhibit 1 final executed purchase and sale agreement submitted by Public Works Department. Item 47, letter from board workshop submitted by County Administration. Item 47, parent 2, memo to the board submitted by the Office of the County Attorney. Item 47, parent 3, memo to the board submitted by the Office of the County Attorney. Additional material, public hearing, none.
Thank you, Kyle. Great job. Okay, we are now under consent agenda items. I'm going to call for any requests to be pulled. Vice Mayor Rich?
Excuse me. Yes, number 20.
Very good. Commissioner Bogan?
None.
Commissioner Udine?
None.
Commissioner Geller?
18 and 24, both for comment only.
Commissioner Furr? Thank you. Commissioner Ryan? Commissioner Ryan, any polls? Momento.
I'll pull item 48.
Item 48. Very good. Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Rogers? Ms. Shapiro?
None.
Mr. Myers? Thank you. Mr. Auditor?
None, sir.
Very good. Anyone from the public?
No public polls.
Very good. Mr. Myers, would you state the consent agenda for approval? Would you?
Thank you, Mayor. The consent agenda is items number 1 through 29. Pulled from consent are items 18 and 24 just for comment by Senator Geller, and item 20 was pulled by Senator Rich. And then added to the consent agenda are items 44, 46, 49, 50, and 54.
Is there a motion to
Move it.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
By the county attorney.
Moved by Senator Geller, seconded by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. We're on item number 18, Val.
Item 18 is a motion to adopt resolution directing the county administrator to publish notice of public hearing to be held on May 23rd, 2023 at 10 a.m. in room 422 of Governmental Center East to consider adoption of a proposed resolution amending the Broward County Administrative Code, the title of which is follows. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Broward County, Florida pertaining to delegation requests, amending Section 18.5 of the Broward County Administrative Code and providing for severability, inclusion of the Administrative Code, and effective date.
Thank you. Senator Geller, you pulled this item as a notice to publish?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to alert my fellow commissioners. We had a great deal of discussion previously on delegation requests. I am bringing back a motion that originally was limited to just say that you can't use it to pitch your own business, because we've had several of those that were just being used to pitch your own business. So that was my amendment at the request of staff. One section was added saying that repeat delegation requests on the same topic, not more than once a quarter. I just wanted to let everyone know, because there were people that wanted other things added, such as it had to be something in front of a matter that the county commission could deal with. Those are not in there, but I'm inviting, I have no pride of authorship. The only thing I really feel strongly about is it can't be used for an advertisement for your business. So I'm just alerting everybody this issue will come up. And if anybody had other items that they wanted to add on this particular topic, please feel free to do so. I have no pride of authorship.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan?
Commissioner Geller, I understand why you're bringing it, but very little since I've been here, before you have been here, have we had companies coming here to pitch, talk about their business. Let me just finish for a second. I would want a company, like there's so many companies that do things that we don't know about. Why do we want to stifle that? If there's a problem, fix it. But I don't see the problem, and so I don't understand. So I have a business, and I want you guys to, I want the commissioners to know about it. I want the people to know about it, because I think it could help the county or whatever. I just don't see what the issue is.
Commissioner Bogan, let me say two things. First, I recall at least 3 or 4 of those, but I am concerned that we could be getting those every week once people realize what a great opportunity it is to have a captive audience of the entire commission. Respectfully, when somebody has an idea for a problem and why their business is uniquely situated, I think they should bring it to administration. They can bring it to one of us. I meet with people all the time that have these ideas, but I don't think it should come to, just a captive audience of the commission. But when this issue comes up, next meeting.
May 23rd.
And the 23rd, you can certainly bring that up and we'll talk about it then. I just wanted to bring up, let everybody know in case, because there have been other suggestions that the issue is coming up, and if anybody wanted any amendments, have at it.
And we would look forward to those at the time the resolution comes forward, okay? Any further discussion?
Move the amendment.
Moved by Senator Geller. Yep. Seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Udine. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item number 20, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember speaking about this the last time we had it, this was brought up, but now that it's here to be passed, I have a problem. I've had a problem with this because this is a request for waiver of the Domestic Partnership Act requirements for this solicitation. And the company does not provide domestic partnership benefits now that there is a provision to provide for married couples. And it's different, and I have a problem with eliminating that. There's some people that do not want to get married, and they should have this opportunity to have their health care. I think it's a slippery slope, and if you do it for one company, then you'll have another company coming in. So I just think it's a policy issue that we should not retreat from basically what we have been doing with regard to coverage of domestic partnership.
Thank you. Any further commission discussion? Commissioner Bogan?
Yeah, can I have our county attorney? Yeah. No, walk. I just wanted to see, just explain exactly what this does for this one company.
This is a particular company for Trane, which is the air conditioning company. Go ahead. Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, in order to receive this award, they must meet our standard terms and conditions. Those terms and conditions would normally include that they would have to offer certain benefits to domestic partners. That's been longstanding county policy. And I apologize, I was speaking with the county administrator. I don't know if Senator Rich, mentioned that since there's been some development.
Yes.
So because same-gender marriage has been recognized as constitutionally protected, some companies apparently are moving away from offering domestic partnership benefits since folks could get married who previously couldn't do that in a protective sense. So in order to do business with Train, because Train no longer offers domestic partnership benefits, we have to waive the code. So if you don't want to do business with Train, then they wouldn't be, you don't waive the code and they wouldn't be eligible to receive this award.
Thank you for the clarification. Any further commission discussion? Senator Geller?
County Attorney, or this may not be to you, this may be to procurement, do you know if Train does offer benefits to same-sex marriages?
They do, Senator Geller.
Okay.
They do.
Sorry.
They do.
Okay.
Okay.
However, I made the point.
Hold on a second.
I'm told, I'm not, we've asked, that's what we were told. I have no reason to doubt it, but I don't know. I haven't looked myself, so.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just the issue is that they're not the same. And we had a policy to provide for domestic partnership. So that's what I think we should do. And as I said, it's a slippery slope. You do it for one, you have other people coming in doing the same thing.
Okay, any further discussion? Is there a motion? Move approval. I move by Senator Geller. Is there a second?
I want to just ask
Yep.
just comment on it. So Train offers healthcare benefits to a married couple, husband and wife.
Yes.
They want to offer healthcare benefits to a married couple that's constitutionally protected, you know.
They do offer those benefits. So previously, two folks of the same gender, their marriage wasn't recognized constitutionally
Right.
protected. It currently is. So a lot of folks offered, including the county. Go ahead.
If two people of a different gender that would never want to qualify under the domestic partners, does Train not offer them, they don't offer those people benefits. In order to get the benefits of health insurance, you have to be married.
With Train, correct.
Okay. I get my benefits through the county, and they've asked for my marriage certificate every year. They make sure that we're married. What does the county do internally?
The county offers benefits to domestic partners of employees. It's now, this has been around for a while. I remember one of the first cases I litigated years ago when I had darker hair, so many years ago. And I mean, but it's a policy, it's strictly a policy decision for the board. And, you know, maybe, I don't know how critical it is that Train be the entity that we choose here. I think my suspected administration wouldn't have brought this forward if it didn't believe that Train was the strongest vendor. But I would let.
But it's ultimately the board's decision, okay? So that's the key here. And Commissioner Furr wanted to make a comment.
Well, I was just wondering if there is any movement to change our policy, given the constitutional protections that are now available. Are we looking at changing our policies? Has there been consideration?
So there was some
Ms. Shapiro?
conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was some conversation a few months ago where we had talked about possibly looking to change this, the policy, because of the acknowledgement federally and in the state for same-sex marriage. But there was some conversation at that time, and that proposal was taken back. I think what we heard was that there would be the interest by the board to handle these on a one-by-one basis should they come up. This is the only company that we have in the recent past had experience where we've kind of run into a problem where they were the only authorized vendor that could really do some special work. And in particular, we had done one previously for Train also. So that was made, that designation was made and decision made by the board in the not too recent past. And now we can get the dates on that.
Okay. And I say that because this policy was probably pre-constitutional rights given. So it's one of those things I think we probably want to revisit. In the meantime, I'm going to probably go ahead and support voting for Train. But I do think it's worth taking another look at that, given the landscape has changed.
Right.
So that's kind of where I
Okay.
think I'm going to land on this.
Commissioner Bogan?
Yeah, we have a policy right now. We haven't changed the policy. And that's why I'm going to support Commissioner Rich's position. We haven't changed our policy, and this is a one-off. For some reason, they want to change it. I just want to let you know I'm going to support, until we change our policy, I'm going to support Commissioner Rich on this.
Okay. Ms. Shapiro, continue discussion.
The item was January 24th of this year that the board did similar action and granted this waiver for train.
Very good. I have a motion. I don't have a second yet. Mr. Myers, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, Mayor, that I believe there is a provision directly in the code. I mean, so the code, when it was enacted, I think contemplated that you may need to do this periodically. So you're not going off script. You would just be using an example. And I'm not suggesting that you do it. It's purely a policy decision. But anyway, I'll just that.
Moved by Senator Geller. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Furr. Any further discussion? Ms. Shapiro?
For a point of clarification, and certainly not to get in the way of the vote, but I just think it's some critical information that my port director just shared with me, that there would be some concern, and I guess we just work with the attorney's office on how to provide these services in the summer months, that I am being advised that there would be some concern on how we would get some of these air conditioning services for some of the facilities there at the port. And I was also advised by my purchasing team that the next lower ranked company did not agree to all the terms and conditions. So we would know that there would be an issue going down there as well, and it just may take some time, but I just want to just point all that out because those were things that were just shared with me, and it also had an additional $1 million cost on the next lower ranked firm,
Okay.
just so full disclosure.
Senator Geller, followed by Commissioner Bogan.
I'm comfortable under the circumstance that we've discussed moving this, which is why I did, because I would not feel comfortable if this was a company that was saying, we're not going to provide coverage for same-sex marriages, same-sex couples. I would have concern with that, but if they are willing to provide, and they are providing coverage for same-sex marriage, I'm comfortable with waiving under this limited set of circumstances.
Commissioner Bogan, for
Real
the
quick,
comment, and we'll vote.
Real quick, Administrator, are you saying diplomatically, delicately, we need these, ask Mr. Daniels behind you, we need this equipment because it's, I know air conditioning equipment is unique in and of itself.
I'm going to ask Mr. Daniels to come and address the board.
Is it basically?
Mr. Daniels, Mr. Daniels, very briefly, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we do need these services, especially running into the summer months.
Okay.
And around our cruise terminals. Yes, we
Okay,
should.
then I'll,
Okay, any further commission discussion? It's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Just would like-
Aye. Whoop.
I wanted to just say something, just in closing, just to remind everybody that they also have not lived up to our criteria and policies by not providing domestic partnership benefits, okay? Because that is our policy.
Revote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, passes 8-1. Thank you. Okay, item 24, Senator Geller.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Item 24, Kyle?
Item 24 is a motion to approve plat note amendment to Nuri al-Islam.
Okay, Senator Geller, I think you just have a comment on this
Yes,
particular
sir.
quasi-judicial
Under the all
proceeding?
politics is local on item 24. This is on the Nuri al-Islam mosque and school in my district. I've received a lot of comments on this based not on the mosque, but the fact that there's a great deal of traffic there, and they are already, and they're over tripling the size of the school. I have spoken with staff. There are provisions that have been made to enlarge both the back road and to put in turn lanes. And because we're dealing with that traffic, I'm fine with this. But since I've had so many comments about the traffic from my district, I just wanted to assure them that the city has dealt with that, and all of the traffic issues that concern me and my constituents have been resolved.
Therefore,
And
you
at
move
this
the
point,
item?
I'd like to move the item.
Moved by Senator Geller, second by Commissioner Udine. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. All righty. We're going to move on now to, that concludes our consent agenda. Okay, very good. We're going to move on to our public hearings. The district got public hearings, item 30 through 42 are public hearings. We're going to begin with item number 30. Kyle, if you please read.
The public hearing on item 30 is now open. Item 30 is a motion to approve the marine terminal lease and operating agreement between Broward County and HM Southeast Cement LLC for a 4.91 acre parcel of land and improvements located at Port Everglades with an initial 10-year term retroactively commencing on March 1st, 2023. This is the first of two public hearings. No vote on the motion is required at this time. The second public hearing will be held on May 23rd, 2023. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Everybody understand that this, again, will not take a vote today on this particular item. It will be reheard on May the 23rd. Are there any discussion on the item itself? Okay, well, we move on to item number 31, correct, Mr. Myers?
Do you need a motion to open and close it?
No, because there's no vote, okay? Item 31, Kyle.
The public hearing on item 31 is now open. Item 31 is a motion to adopt a resolution releasing a 35-foot wide utility easement, a 15-foot wide utility easement, a 30-foot wide utility easement, and a portion of a 15-foot wide utility easement, all granted by instruments recorded in the official records of the county and located in the city of Dania Beach. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public now portion closed. Commission discussion?
Move approval.
Moved by Senator Geller, second by Commissioner Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item 32.
The public hearing on item 32 is now open. Item 32 is a motion to enact an ordinance adopting a small-scale amendment to the County Land Use Plan Map PC 23-1 located in the city of Fort Lauderdale. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Move it.
The
Second.
public portion is now closed. Now commission discussion.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Bogan, seconded by Commissioner McKenzie, I believe I heard.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good.
You did.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Myers, for reminding us to be robust in our voting. Item number 33. Kyle.
The public hearing on item 33 is now open. Item 33 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to impact fees and environmental review approvals, amending sections 5-182.13, 5-184, and 27-66 of the County Code of Ordinances. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public portion closed. Commission discussion.
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bogan, second by
I do want to make
Commissioner
a comment.
Rogers.
I think this is awesome. I'm a contractor, and you go over there for that first leg of the process, and if you don't get out of there in 2 days, you've already lost time, and by the time you go back to your architects to make sure everything checks out, you'll never make it back to a city in 30 days. I mean, this is perfect. It should be a little longer, but we're making progress.
Thank you, Commissioner McKenzie. Again, moved by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Rogers. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Item 34, Kyle.
The public hearing on item 34 is now open. Item 34 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to claims against or by the county, amending section 1-51.3 of the County Code of Ordinances relating to authority to file and settle certain claims, and providing authority to approve consent orders. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public portion closed. Commission discussion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Furr. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item 35.
The public hearing on item 35 is now open. Item 35 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to contractors, amending various sections of Chapter 9 of the County Code of Ordinances and providing for consistency with Section 9.01 of the County Charter. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public portion now closed. Commission discussion?
Move it.
Moved it by Commissioner Bogan, second by Commissioner Dean. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item 36, we're on.
The public hearing on item 36 is now open. Item 36 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to surtax-funded transportation improvements, amending Chapter 5, Article 9 of the County Code of Ordinances, creating Division 9, Article creating Division 9, Sections 5-210 through 5-216, establishing regulations for the siting and permitting of county surtax-funded transportation improvements. This is the first of 2 required public hearings. No vote on the motion is required at this time. The second public hearing will be held on May 23rd, 2023. And we have 1 member of the public signed up to speak.
Very good. We'll have our public speaker please come forward, state the name if you would.
George
Kyle.
Platt.
Mr. Platt.
Morning, George
Hold on,
Platt.
Mr. Platt, just one second.
Hey, George, right here. You're running everybody away. People leaving.
Just for the, just for the record, we're going to allow folks obviously to use
Maybe
the
it's my
facilities,
breath. I
but
don't know.
obviously the hallway has been blocked off too, so once they use the facilities, they'll be coming back into the chambers. Again, sorry for the inconvenience, folks, but safety is first here in the county. So, Mr. Platt, go ahead.
Thank you. George Platt, LSN Partners. Also serve as the co-chair of the Broward Workshop Transportation Committee. And obviously, we've been heavily involved for a number of years in the surtax charter amendment and then the subsequent amendment, which we're here to talk about today. It's taken 27 months since the voters overwhelmingly approved the charter amendment to empower the county for development approvals when there are these qualified transportation projects of some controversy. The intent, of course, was to help implement the regional transportation system. And by the way, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Broward Workshop. I'm giving you my personal opinion here today. But also, this ordinance, I know that Drew and his people and county staff spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to municipalities, trying to build some consensus on this.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good. I just want to make folks, if you just please quiet, we have our public hearing going on, so I just want to make sure we get on the record. Thank you.
They're having a caucus in the back.
Yes.
Like, so, this section of the ordinance requires that every qualified transportation project be submitted to the municipality for site plan approval. Okay, unless 7, not a supermajority, 7 county commissioners vote to declare it a project of urgent criticality. I'm distressed by both the site plan approval and the ridiculous percentage of commissioners required to advance a project under our surtax program. The charter amendment itself provided that under section 11.01D, that the county ordinances regarding development of such transportation improvements, including county regulation of zoning, permitting, construction, operation, or administration, prevail over any conflicting municipal ordinances or regulations. To me, permitting, and you all have either permitted things as lawyers or you've sat on municipal boards, site plan approval is a permit. So I'm just befuddled as to how we got site plan approval for the municipalities when the charter amendment said exactly something opposite. And I'm troubled by requiring 7 commissioners to declare a project of a critical nature. Anybody who's ever gone through site plan approvals in municipalities, which is all of us, knows exactly what can happen. It's an invitation for conflict, it's an invitation for delay, and smart people can figure out how to really just blow your project out of the water. So I'm just very concerned about those 2 particular provisions. I understand, by the way, the charter amendment requires that you hold a public meeting on the project. Not a site plan approval, but a public meeting, and that you reach out to build consensus. And other provisions of the charter amendment also talk about how to build sort of environmental and aesthetic, to make the project better. So I'm just troubled by this, and I thought I'd bring it to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Blatt. Thank you so much. That concludes our public portion of this public hearing. Are there any commission discussion? Senator Geller, followed by Commissioner Ryan.
County Attorney, I recall a discussion whether that should be 6 or 7 we typically only require 5 votes to do something. Is there, I'm aware that the cities have been threatening litigation, even though I think they already lost once on this topic. Have they agreed? Why did we go to 7 instead of 6? Is this part of an agreement that we made with them that they said if we do this, then, you know, they'll reluctantly accept it and not sue? Or are they still threatening to sue again, even though, as I said, my recollection is they lost the first time?
Yes, thank you, Senator Geller and Mayor. The cities did lose the first time. That was over the ballot question, which they asserted was defective, deceptive, and misleading. Then once that was resolved, and I think those of you who were here will remember, you know, how upset some of the cities were that we're even putting this on the ballot, and it came down to a vote. We put it on, the voters overwhelmingly approved it. So after we prevailed in the litigation, our marching orders, as I understood them, were to try to be collaborative, to try to get something worked out with the municipalities that would avoid potential litigation, because initially there were some statements that they could litigate the substance of it, which they can. And let me just say for the record, we like our case, but there are no guarantees in litigation. As part of those discussions, we went through this soup to nuts. We tried to focus on the most significant projects in a way that would give the county complete control over the development of those projects, as would be permitted, as Mr. Platt mentioned, as would be permitted by the charter amendment. So we came up with this bifurcated process for routine projects, which ought to be the vast majority of them. Municipalities would be involved in site plan approval. If they denied it or they unreasonably delayed it, the county could withdraw the application and could handle it itself, just with the same 6-vote finding. So the 6 versus 7, the reason that we got there, it might have been my suggestion, I don't remember all of the discussions, it's a policy decision, and it was a staff level suggestion. This board can do whatever it wants, and it would be a very simple amendment. But my rationale for proposing it is we wanted to have an extraordinary vote under the charter to trigger any of our powers under this provision. There has to be some finding by a vote of 6. So in a sense, 6 is the standard majority just to trigger this. And so the thinking was to go to 7 on it. Senator, we have not gotten any ironclad guarantees that there will not be litigation, whether it's 6 or 7, there could be litigation. We are not required to let the cities here, in our opinion, handle site plan approval for the more routine projects. This could have been a lot shorter, a lot quicker, and it could easily say the county's handling all of these things, and that's what we'd wind up litigating if there's litigation. So if there's anyone who would like to see any amendments to it, this is just the first of 2 public hearings on the item. We can draft them. The 7 to 6 would be a really easy one. Please let us know, and we're happy to address it.
Follow up, and explain why it's 6 and not 5, which is a majority of the 9-member commission. I thought the charter amendment said 6 to take it up or something, but was it, once we have voted to initiate this, is it still, the charter still 6 votes to pass it as well?
I believe that there is 1 finding, or potentially 2, depending on if there's an aesthetics issue also, that this board needs to make by 6 votes. And that's going to be required to exercise our powers under this ordinance, which implements the charter. So we can't do it if 4 people on this board were opposed to a project proceeding where the county is going to control the development. We wouldn't be able to proceed. There has to be at least 1 finding by 6 votes. It does not have to be 7 under any circumstances, and it could theoretically even be 5 to make a finding of criticality. It could be 3. It could be any commissioner objecting to it. There's no mandate that we have the cities involved in this at all. That's what the voters decided based on the charter question. We were just trying to work things out and to focus on the projects that I think really led to us even putting this on the ballot and trying to be mindful of the city's concerns about home rule power.
Well, final comment, Mr. Mayor. I would, county attorney, and to the city reps, I always try and negotiate, but I try and negotiate. Negotiation requires both sides to give. So I would be okay with the 7 as a negotiated settlement if we received assurances from the cities that they weren't suing us. If they're not willing to make that commitment, if, there's a risk that they're going to sue us anyhow, I don't see what we are gaining by going from 6 to 7. So if I'll ask you to find out over the next 2 weeks whether or not there's an agreement from the cities not to litigate. If there is not such an agreement, I personally might be inclined to go with 6, because give and take requires giving and taking, not just giving.
And Mayor and Senator, we will ask, I don't know that we can get an ironclad guarantee. That would be something that the city commissions would have to decide. But I will point out something that I think I tried to point out in each of the briefings. This is an issue within the county's control. So if we're moving forward with 7 to try to be conciliatory here, and we end up getting sued, it would take exactly 2 public meetings to change it to 6, or to change it to 5, or to eliminate the cities having site plan approval over any project. So it would be within our control. It's not like we're putting it, again, on the ballot where it's required 7 and then the voters would have to. But you're right. I completely agree, and we will raise that with the municipal council.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just for the boards and the public here, we had a time certain for 11:30 for item 47, I believe it was. There are several folks that want to speak on the item. They're not able to get in right now. So we're going to have to delay that. So those who are here, I'm sorry, please be patient. We want to make sure everybody will be able to be heard, okay? So we're going to continue to move the agenda until we make sure everybody's in here to be able to speak, all right? Continue discussion on number 36, Commissioner Ryan.
When this item came up, and I guess it was about 2 years ago, there was, a big push by some of the municipalities, saying, well, we have municipal home rule powers, and for you to get site plan approval without our review and approval is, usurping that authority. And it was recognized that the counties also have home rule powers. They have regional home rule powers. And in a discussion, it kind of became evident, to me, that if the county is going to move forward with this type of a surtax-funded transportation improvement, it's something that is integral to the transportation needs of the county. And that's really the reason why, the voters overwhelmingly approved this. So, if we're going to provide these enhanced services, I don't think that we should be, in any way hindering our ability to get these projects through. They're thoughtfully analyzed by the county before they're submitted to the municipality for review. And I think that within our process, it provides, opportunities for public input and for further negotiation. So at the end, if we get to that point where, we need to have 7 votes, it concerns me that somebody might, have been able to kind of like buttonhole a couple of commissioners, and, because, we do serve in districts, and it may not be what's in the best interest of the county as a whole. So if we continue to remember, what our role is as regional stewards, and also continue to recognize the importance of transportation in the county's, regional goals, I would suggest that giving the county the, you could say it's the right, but actually, it's kind of like the impediment that you have to have, 6 affirmative votes. I think that's sufficient, And so I'm going to go ahead and vote against this. And if no other member does so, I'll sponsor the amendment to change the supermajority from 7 to 6 when it comes up at the next hearing.
Very good. I have Commissioner Furr, followed by Commissioner Dean.
Thank you. My recollection of this is when we were talking about trying to have consensus with the cities on this, it was more aesthetics, because you're going through, you might have a large road going through it, numerous cities, but every city's got their own look, their own feel. They're trying to make sure that it fits in. That's, to that extent, I was okay with there being some site plan.
Just hold on one second, Commissioner Furr. I've just got notice that we are all clear now, so if you wish to leave, you're more than happy to leave, okay?
What?
It's just all clear.
Yeah.
And I'm just got Commissioner Furr just to continue to hold on here until we get the room clear.
It must not have been that exciting.
I thought they were all here for you.
I know, what happened? I'll give him a minute. Oh, yeah.
It's like white.
Again, I want to thank everybody for their patience as they leave the chambers. I think it's quieted down enough, so I'm going to have Commissioner Furr continue on in time. Ladies and gentlemen, just keep your voice down just a little bit so we can continue with our business. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, while they're going out, can I just interject something?
Yes.
Minister, Ms. Sapero, I just wanted to say, while we're waiting, you got an award. I want to commend you on that award. And, I don't know about anyone here. I've worked with Monica on a bunch of projects. She's been really great. So I'm not going to be joking around, being serious with you. And I just want to thank you for everything. So
Thank you.
It's difficult to tell when Commissioner Bogan's serious or not, right?
No, she deserves it. She's worked on my health project. She's been
That's
great
why I
with
wanted to
that.
recognize her. Okay, Commissioner Furr, go ahead.
Okay, as I was saying.
What happened to the room? It's empty.
We ran them right out. My recollection was that this was more to do with aesthetics. Cities have their own look, their own feel, so I understand that part. But I actually support what Commissioner Ryan's saying. I don't think we should be having 7. I think that's too much. I'd rather it just be a regular majority myself. And I don't know if that's possible, but that's the way I think we should be doing it. You have in numerous instances, you have one city being represented by more than 2 commissioners. And all you have to, and we've seen a little bit of that happen not too long ago. Really? So I'm well aware of it. So I do think that if it comes to pass, I would rather see it be a simple majority.
So you'll have that opportunity to make that amendment with Mr. Myers, of course, when it comes up for next vote, okay? Commissioner Dean, followed by Vice Mayor Rich.
I think that the comments that Mr. Platt made are very similar to the comments that I got from the county attorney when I had my briefing, and I think that they're both correct. We don't have to do anything here. We could just go by the language that was done in the charter amendment, and this was done with the Weston Park and Ride that we were going to build, and that's what started this. With that said, I think as a collegial body with our municipalities, if they came into us, we would give them these chances to have these meetings, and we would say, because we've said it on everything that's come before us, whether we can do it or not, we always say, well, kick it for a few months, meet with the community, and let's try to get to some kind of resolution on this. These type of projects are Okay.
All clear.
All clear. These type of projects are critically.
Attention, please. The lockdown has been lifted. Everything is going back to normal. We will resume normal activity.
I'm just going to end my comments by saying, I'm going to support what's here today as a show of good faith with our municipalities. I agree with Commissioner Furr. I think we should lower the number. I don't think we need to be at 7. If we determine that something is of critical regional transportation importance, we should be able to do it. It could just be a simple majority. We don't even need to do any of this, so just giving them the ability to come here, which I know we would give them anyway, but I'm going to support this to move this forward now.
There's no vote today, member.
I'm not going to vote to move this forward now. But when it comes back, I just like to see us work on those numbers, but I think just in policy, even though we don't have to do a thing, I think it's a better practice because these are all the same residents of us and the municipalities. So it's an olive branch.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Rich.
Thank you. Okay, so I think pretty much it seems like we're in accord here, but I just want to say that this goes for me way beyond aesthetics. It really goes to the regional needs of transportation in Broward County. And it kind of reminds me of affordable housing because, we have a lot of trouble citing and planning for affordable housing. People don't want it. And I have to say, the voters voted. They understood the needs in this community, and they only get worse, the transportation issues in the county. So I feel that, first of all, I do believe we should just have a simple majority. I think, as was just said, we don't really have to do anything, and I think it's good to work with the cities, but I can say when the surtax was up, I was fighting when I was going out to speak. I was talking against all the people in my cities who didn't want it. But the people wanted it. So I think we should not change it in a way that diminishes what we were able to pass and what they mandated us to do.
Okay, is there any more discussion on the item? If not, Mr. Myers, I think you've heard. I think you'll see some amendments basically focusing on the vote issue, whether it's 7, 6, or 5. So we look forward to that at the next hearing on the 23rd of May. Item 37, Kyle.
Public hearing on item 37 is now open. Item 37 is a motion to enact ordinance pertaining to the Garden Park districts, amending section 39-4 of the County Code of Ordinances, providing for additional definitions, and creating Article 40 of Chapter 39, establishing the Garden Park districts, providing for their description, purpose, general provisions, use, development standards, parking, access, landscaping, signage, and non-conforming uses and structures therein. This is the first of 2 required public hearings. No vote on the motion is required at this time. The second public hearing will be held on May 23rd, 2023. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Okay, there's no public to speak. The public portion closed. Any commission discussion on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll be voting on that on May 23rd. Very good. Item 38.
Public hearing on item 38 is now open. Item 38 has 2 parts. The board will consider and vote on both parts at the same time. Part A is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the general fund and the Broward Municipal Services District Fund in the amount of $148,068,897 to adjust the fund balance and other budgeted revenues and to appropriate funds for other commitments. Part B is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the County Transportation Trust Fund in the amount of $6,549,881 to adjust the fund balance and other budgeted revenues and to appropriate funds for other commitments. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Okay, but public portion closed. Any commission discussion? It's been moved by Commissioner Furr, second by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item 39.
Public hearing on item 39 is now open. Item 39 is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the special revenue funds in the amount of $251,427,773 to adjust the fund balance and other budgeted revenues and appropriate funds for 2 reserves and other commitments. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public portion closed. Is there a motion? Moved by Commissioner Furr, second by Commissioner McKenzie.
I was going through him.
That's right. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item number 40.
Public hearing on item 40 is now open. Item 40 is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the capital funds in the amount of $151,132,575 to adjust fund balance and other budgeted revenues and appropriate funds to reserves and other project commitments. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Public portion closed. Commission discussion? Motions?
So moved.
Commissioner Furr, second by Commissioner Dean. Why did everybody get so quiet on the motions? All of a sudden, everybody got quiet. We lost the audience, so everybody wants to show off. Okay. All right. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item 41.
Public hearing on item 41 is now open. Item 41 is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the enterprise funds in the amount of $15,061,614 to adjust the fund balance and other budgeted revenues and to appropriate funds to reserves and other commitments. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Move it, Mayor.
Closed. I got it moved finally by
I
Vice
moved it.
Mayor Rich.
Oh, no. Oh.
Vice Mayor Rich
You'll have to vote
had
against
said it to it, and Commissioner Rogers seconded it.
There you go.
All in favor, say
come on.
aye. Opposed?
She's sitting too close to you.
All in favor, say aye. Real strong, real strong. All right, okay, opposed? Opposed. Passes 9-0. Mr. Myers has got this laser on me for making sure. Item 42.
We have an issue with the motion, sir.
Item 42.
The public hearing on item 42 is now open. Our final public hearing item is item 42, which has two parts. The board will consider and vote on both parts at the same time. Part A is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the debt service funds in the amount of $5,853,279, primarily to adjust fund balances and to appropriate funds to reserves.
Move it. Second.
Part B is a motion to adopt supplemental budget resolution within the internal service funds in the amount of $11,352,070, primarily to adjust fund balances and other budgeted revenues and to appropriate funds to reserves and other commitments.
Move it. Second.
No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Kyle, for your patience. I appreciate you so much. Public portion now closed. What I did
We
hear,
moved A and B.
I heard Commissioner Bogan, and then I heard Commissioner McKenzie second in tandem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. That concludes our public hearing. Back on our regular agenda. I don't believe, is our delegation gentleman here yet?
We are uncertain, but if you want to take that up, you can certainly ask if.
I'm just trying to make sure there's a delegation. Mr. Carl Grant, is he in the room? Okay, if not, we will going to continue on with the agenda. And we're on item number 45, Kyle.
Item 45 is a motion to approve purchase and sale agreement between Broward County and Pompano Beach Hospitality LLC for the purchase of real property consisting of approximately 5.19 acres and located in the city of Pompano Beach for a purchase price of $7,250,000. Authorize the mayor or vice mayor to execute the agreement and the county administrator to attest the same, and authorize the director of real property and real estate development to execute and process all customary closing title documents.
Very
No
good.
member of the public has signed up to
There's
speak.
no one from the public. I'm going to go to Ms. Sapiro first, and then I'm going to come back to the commission. I'll start this discussion off if I may. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Sabir.
Mr. Mayor. So this item is one that initially we were made aware of by conversations that you had actually had in Pompano, and you brought this opportunity to us back this past summer. And so we've been keeping our eye on it and looking at it as an opportunity to do some affordable housing that you had suggested might be a good fix and mix in that area to address the current state of the property. We did our due diligence, and over time that we did some appraisals, and the appraisal amount, the above 10% above the appraisal amount would require the 6 votes, but we really thought that this would be an opportunity in that area that would be viable and good. And since there's some other interest in the area on this property from other folks, that we thought we'd bring this forward.
Very good. I'm going to have commission discussion. I'm going to go out of order just because of this item is very special to me. The history of this property, it sits on the northwest 31st Avenue corridor. And actually, when I was mayor of Pompano Beach, I actually attempted to pursue this property for purchase for housing affordability, housing for the opportunities there. And since that, it has now come to light that the county has an opportunity to indeed purchase this property. And for several years, since 2018, since I've been on this board's priority, number one priority has always been affordable housing. And as you look back on this particular property, the corridor that's happening, this corridor is going through a transitional period. There's actually a board that's been appointed by the city. Staff and I have had several discussions with the city of Pompano Beach. They understand what we desire to do here. They're in full support, including the local commissioner, Mr. Barry Moss, is in support of this. And so I would hope that this board would definitely move this item forward. And again, you know, as we talk about housing affordability, you know, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And I hate to use that saying, but it really is really appropriate in this particular issue. And we go back to the valuation of the property. Although we had 2 appraisals on the property, this was pre-Senate Bill 102. Since when Bill 102 passed, it enables the opportunity for us to be able to increase density, et cetera, on the property, to my opinion, makes it much more valuable. Again, that's a personal opinion, being in the real estate industry, but I think it does increase value. So I think we're paying for the property a fair price, and I would hope and pray that this board would continue to move it forward at this point. So Vice Mayor, I'll begin with you, and then by Commissioner McKenzie.
Thank you. Well, I am in total support of this. Not surprising. But, you know, I just remind everyone that it's amazing, you know, what we've been able to do, especially last year when we had 9 developments and we're continually moving, but we're a built-out county. And when we have an opportunity to buy land, to get land, and to be able to use it for affordable housing, either totally or partially, I'm tremendously supportive. So, and listening to the background and, you know, your relationship, understanding of the property and everything, I would just, you know, or just to go ahead and move this with the majority that needs to be had to pass it. Thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie.
I just want to echo the mayor's comments, and it's my district, but I know that as a mayor, he worked diligently on this, knowing the history of Pompano Beach. And I also got some feedback when I was on the ground campaigning about what the community wanted. I think this is a perfect fit. I'm going to support it. And I also think we need to be a little more aggressive in that corridor, because we have one that looks just like it to the north, to really complete what the city of Pompano has been doing in that area for the last 10, 15, 20 years. So I think we're right on point, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And this is just another way of us collectively dealing with affordable housing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Udine, followed by Commissioner Bogan.
On this piece of property, I'm in favor of what we're trying to do. I believe that it's the right way to do it. The issue that I have is paying so far above the appraised value. This is a piece of property that has significant development issues on it. There's something on there that has to, by law, come down very quickly. And I think that, with what's going on right now in the market for land, and that's really what this is. You're just buying acreage here. Everything on this property, the owners have to take down within 6 months anyway, or the city of Pompano is going to get this, you know, through lien foreclosure. It'll be a fight. But I have a problem personally, and it's not really totally a die on the sword thing. I'm willing to overpay in certain cases, but we don't make the affordable housing issue easier when we overpay for raw land. We make it harder because we drive the values up, because if people know that they have a buyer that's willing to overpay, it makes it harder all the way around. And yes, we may eventually be able to get there where we're going to be able to build something, but the owners of this property here, and I don't know who they are, they can't get financing now because the regional bank market has shut down on this. They have to take all this stuff down within 6 months anyway, and to pay 20% over appraised value before we can do anything, in my mind, is just a very high price to pay. I would amend it that we should buy it, but we should buy it at the appraised value of the $5.5 million. If not, let them sell it to another developer who can build affordable housing there, and they'll get it done cheaper. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, just for the record, what Commissioner
You
was
only
talking
want
about.
to pay 2 cents?
No, I'm going to make a motion to amend at the time to pay what the appraised value is, and then we can vote
Okay,
on it.
I'll make comments at the end. Commissioner Bogan, go ahead.
So this
area really touches 3 commissioners. It was in my district last, it was you as mayor before that. and,
We're glad you're touched.
We're all touched. Look, it's an ideal location. So I think when you're talking about appraised value, the location is really incredible. It's right by the turnpike. It's right there. And it doesn't come across, this doesn't come along too often. And so we do need affordable housing. And, Nan and I have been together marching that affordable housing march for years now. And, and so I'm going to support this, Mayor, just to let you know.
Thank you. Commissioner Furr.
I'm interested in how much density bonus density we can get on this.
It'll take it from about 45 units per acre to about 69 units, I believe, per acre. So you have a 5+ acre site, you can see the increased density there.
350 units.
Yes. Any further discussion before I wind up? Again, it's just very personal to me, just because I have the relationship with the city of Pompano Beach. What Commissioner Dean was talking about, there is an unsafe structure on the property, and I actually went to the hearing last Tuesday, I guess it was, to the Unsafe Structure Board, and it was made very clear that they don't have, that our intention, if we were to purchase the property, meaning Broward County, we obviously are going to demolish the improvements anyway, because the travel lodge is unsafe there today. The Unsafe Structure Board understands our policy and our position, and they will obviously work with us on a timeline that would be that if we don't have to be right at 6 months, obviously our target would be that. But they are fully understanding what we need and our needs, so the city is obviously willing to work with us all throughout this property. But ultimately, once the property is demolished, all the code liens and everything really goes away, because there's no more improvements on the property. As to value, I think the one appraisal was 6 and change. Again, I understand your issue with the value, but again, I'm going to go back to Senate Bill 102. I think once that passed, this is pre-appraisal. I think that's going to make a big difference if we appraise it again. Having that increased density, Commissioner Furr, will really bring the value up. So at the end of the day, and also I want to thank, I'm not going to recognize him as Mayor Rydell, I'm going to recognize him as Mr. Rydell today, only for the reason is he represented the seller in this transaction, and he has been truly a pleasure to work with. There's been some tug of war back and forth, but ultimately he got what we needed to be. So I just want to thank you, Mr. Rydell. I don't know if you want to make any further comments on this, you feel free to. I know you signed up for questions only, but I can give you the opportunity maybe to speak on the item before we vote.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And this was just to provide some additional education. I've been working with this property owner for almost 2 years in nuisance issues and things of that nature legally on my other hat. And we actually have an open application to rezone the property to I-1 with the city of Pompano Beach to warehouse it out. And my client would candidly, if he waited a little bit, do a lot better, because your I-1 zoning right now is just the hottest commodity in Broward County. This touches my city, Commissioner Bogan, your former district. This project is actually going to be so well-timed and done with Broward College, with affordable housing, got the North Campus right there, and it was something I really want to thank Mayor Fisher, because this is something that I believe, there was a little back and forth with the county, and I want to thank Monica and her entire team, but I think this is something that the region needs, and I think the corridor is going to be open up, and I think it's great that the county has the opportunity. So. And Commissioner Udine, to your comments really quick, there was a very strenuous back and forth. So I would urge any amendments could potentially jeopardize a very good affordable housing project. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Any further? Yes, Commissioner Ryan, then we're going to wind up with maybe an amendment, and then ultimately vote if necessary. Commissioner
I just
Ryan?
wanted to make sure that we all had an understanding of what the title status is. So I'm told that the Travel Lodge is got ongoing code enforcement violations that are accruing a daily lien. It's my understanding that.
They're not, Commissioner Ryan, at this point.
Say what?
They're not at this point.
They're not,
Mr.
okay,
Rydell can mention that
They're not
too.
accruing any additional fines, which would constitute a lien at this time. If the county goes forward with the purchase, I believe that, if the property is conveyed, it's going to be conveyed subject to the lien, and that then the city of Pompano Beach would have to, in a separate proceeding, would have to, compromise or waive the lien. I just am concerned about the idea that we pay, the 7.2 million, and then it ends up that we still have to pay, who knows, $200,000, $300,000 in order to get the lien satisfied. So if
We'll get some clarity on that, Commissioner Ryan, if we can, either Mr. Mealy or Mr. Bardell.
Yeah, I mean, either of us can. Dennis is obviously the learned hand in things like this. Dennis, please.
We've had discussions with the city, and as soon as the building is demolished, all of the fines and liens will be dismissed.
With no
Commissioner Ryan,
fine,
just so you
with no fines
shut
or
down the
dollars paid. With no fines or dollars paid. That's correct.
Let's go.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, is there a motion? So moved by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Raj. I'm actually, it's his district. Well, Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner McKenzie, since it's his district, okay?
So I'm going to make just a
Yep.
motion to amend
Motion to
it.
amend, go ahead.
My motion to amend is that we offer them the appraised value of the property.
Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second it, but I'm going to vote against it.
Why would you even bring it
Yeah,
up then
and
if
you
you're
don't
going to bring a second? in?
Just as a courtesy, if,
I don't.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
in that case,
There's been an amendment to it. Is there a second to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment fails. Now, original motion is to approve the item. Been moved in second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? There were 6 votes that are necessary, so raise your hands just to make sure Mr. Myers can understand that it is unanimous.
So we don't need to amend that
Okay.
ordinance then?
All right?
It works out.
Are we good, Mr. Myers? Very good. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for the support. So appreciate it.
Home run.
On item 47, do we have everybody now in the House? I see Mayor Ross, I see Commissioner Mayerson. Is there any folks, everything's everybody's here? Okay, because I want to make sure that they got in the building. We thank you so much for your patience, Mayor and Commissioner. Thank you so much. So now we're going to take up item number 47.
Item 47 is a motion to approve interlocal agreement creating an independent legal entity known as the Solid Waste Disposal and Recyclable Materials Processing Authority of Broward County, Florida, for the purpose of managing a countywide solid waste disposal and recycling system for a period of at least 40 years, and to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the same.
Okay, how we're going to proceed with this item, I'm going to begin with Commissioner Furr to introduce the item, and then I'm going to go back to Mr. Myers because he sent a late-night memo. Then we'll go to staff, any further questions, then we'll open it to the public. Commissioner Furr, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all my colleagues for sending me to garbage school for 8 years. I don't know how to repay you yet, but I'm going to find a way. I'm going to find a way. And I also want to thank, this has been a long time coming. I mean, it really has been 8 years to get to this point. And there's a lot of people to thank. And just real quick, I want to thank our legal staff. You guys have done a yeoman's job and have been there the whole time, making sure that the county's protected. And I just want to thank you for all of that. Kevin, Michael Ruiz, Monica, invaluable, not only experience from from all kind of ways that's helped frame it. The working group, Greg, Broward League of Cities, Mary Lou, everybody, that whole group we have been meeting every 2 weeks for a couple of years now to put this together. So it's taken a while. And I know I'm leaving out a few, but those are the ones I wanted to start off with. Today I'm asking for your support for the interlocal agreement. There's really 3 things that it is doing. It is bringing the decision-making, the control, and the transparency back to the public sector. It is going to establish flow control, and then it is going to establish the priorities and goals worthy of our county. Those are really the 3 main things we're doing. For 30 years, I know some have thought we're delegating this authority to someone other than ourselves. The fact is, we delegated this authority 30 years ago to the private sector. We kind of run it, but the fact is we really have delegated it through the RRB. And the first 20 years of the RRB, everybody was envious of the solid waste program that we had. When I was on the ORB, people would talk about, I wish we had this in our county. I'd go to, different places, and they were all, they thought we had it just right. The last 10, we have fulfilled our statutory obligation, but that's about it. We've made sure there's a place for garbage to go. All 4 million tons of garbage. We've said we have a place for it to go. Was it the best place? Was it the right place? Frankly, I know we can do better. And how do I know that? Because in the last 10 years, we have watched on a whole nother front with regard to climate change. We've watched when we focused, we've pulled counties and cities together to create incredible action plans, to create future conditions map, hydrological studies, seawall ordinances. We've been raising roads, and like I said, we developed action plans. So on one hand, we've done some great work. On the other hand, it's as if we've left the hose running in the backyard going full blast, because that's almost what we've been doing. Why do I say that? Because our solid waste policy right now is primarily landfilling. That's primarily what we're doing. That's what we've said. Almost most of the garbage in Broward County, if it's not going to the incinerator, it is going to Okeechobee, it's going to Medley, it's going all over the state. Some of it's going to Monarch Hill, but it is essentially being transported to landfills throughout the state. Consequently, our landfill rates have skyrocketed in the last 10 years. Our recycle rates have absolutely plummeted. And for those who don't know, and I probably wouldn't have known this had I not been chair of the Climate Change Task Force, but landfills are one of the biggest generators of methane in the world. I never put the 2 and 2 together. And I will tell you, most climate change activists, this has been overlooked. By and large, this has been overlooked. So, and methane is 26 to 86 times more worse than just carbon dioxide. It's that, and so when the IPC, the International Papers on Climate Change, just came out on the UN, the issue on methane was front and center, and it will tell you that this is a short-term crisis, not short-term short-term and being able to deal with it, and one of the best ways to deal with it is to bring those methane levels down. So we are contributing in many ways to our own demise in this. And that's something we need to be recognizing, that we are at the epicenter of climate change, what's going to happen in terms of sea level rise, et cetera. We can't be on the forefront of contributing to it. We have to be the ones who are finding a way to get out of that. Unfortunately, landfilling is the cheapest way to get rid of garbage. And most cities will go toward that those short-term savings. But it is at the expense of our future. It's at the expense of our future. And that realization is why we need all the partnerships we can get on this. And we need everyone to buy in, and which is why it makes sense to be partnering with the cities on this. We have to create a master plan, an alternative that is feasible, that essentially shuts that hose off, and at the same time creates jobs and opportunities. By bringing it back to the public sector, we're going to be driven by service and stewardship of this issue, not by profit, and that will make all the difference. So I believe this is a moment that this county commission can rise to and lead the way like we have before. And I ask for your support today, and would you like the motion now, or would you like it to wait?
We'll wait,
Okay.
because there might be some revisions that we have to vote on, and I'm not sure.
That's fine.
Commissioner.
The
But I will
motion-
definitely, you'll make the motion.
That's fine, but the motion will include the revisions.
Correct, okay, very good. Mr. Myers is next.
Thank you, Mayor.
I can begin, but I'm going public first. Okay. Mr. Myers?
And Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, we had the opportunity to brief on this topic in quite some detail. So I'm going to stick to, the Mayor's asked me to discuss the revisions, or the proposed revisions to the agreement, and I'm going to stick with that. First, I want to apologize to you for getting them out so late yesterday. We had a feeling that was going to happen, so we sent you an interim draft on Friday and alerted you to the fact that probably at some point on Monday, we were going to have further revisions. It was important for us to complete all of our briefings before providing these to you, and also to discuss these with the municipalities. We wouldn't want to surprise them because if this is approved, they're very much going to be our partners in this process. So we just want to be transparent. There are 5 proposed revisions. 4 of them were listed in some form in the memo we sent out on Friday, but a couple of them have been revised since then. So I'm focusing now on the memo that we sent out yesterday at about 6:30. So it's the May 1st memo, and I'll walk you through those 5 revisions. Mayor and Commissioners, I also want to just recognize for a second, we have Nathaniel Kutzberg and Matt Haber here. They've done really most of the heavy lifting. And while I'd love to take credit for a lot of things, once you ask questions and you realize that I need to defer to them, you'll realize who did a lot of the heavy lifting here. So I may as well just recognize them up front. Revision number 1 is purely technical. There's a lapsed statute that was being referenced in the item that actually could have been problematic. So we recommend that that be removed. So we don't expect that to be controversial at all with any of the municipalities. Revision number 2 was developed after a concern was raised by a commissioner that I won't out any commissioners because these things were said privately, but the commissioner may mention it himself or herself at some point in the discussion. But it's such a long-term commitment. This is a 40 to 60-year venture. And over that time, the laws are bound to change. The statutes are bound to change. They seem to every year. And the commissioner said, maybe we should reinforce some boilerplate that you typically put into an agreement to protect yourself from being caught between a rock and a hard place when you're contractually obligated to do something and the laws may change. So in our initial version on Friday that we distributed, we subsequently discussed that with municipal council. They had a very good thought that maybe the way we were doing it would limit certain rights or challenges we could have in the future to certain laws. So we've modified it in a way that's reflected in the May 1st memorandum. And our recommendation would be, just like with revision 1, we would strongly recommend that revision 2, the May 1st version, be included in any agreement that's approved by the board. Revision 3 is probably the most significant revision that we have, although they're all important. There are certain outs under the agreement. There are a couple of different documents, downstream documents, that will have to be approved in order for this authority to come fully to fruition. One of them is a master plan that would have to be approved just by the governing board. So that would be municipal members and our one delegee to the board. And then there's a facilities amendment that would discuss all sorts of things about facilities that may be developed. It could be recycling facilities, it could be transfer stations, could be even waste to energy or landfills if we gave our permission to do that down the road. That would have to come back to this board to approve, and the timing of that would be 1.5 to 3 years down the road. So we know that if things develop in a way we don't like, we have the ability to basically end this venture, as the municipalities do as well. So our focus also turned to, what about between now and then? How could this interlocal agreement impact our powers, because we do have statutory responsibilities, between now and when we ultimately approve the facilities amendment and the master plan is approved? And so what we've done is revision 3, the May 1st version, which is essentially identical to the April 28th version. It just added some language the municipalities wanted that we don't think is harmful at all. But it basically says very clearly, and I know some commissioners have a strong interest in this, that notwithstanding anything to the contrary that someone could argue exists in this agreement, between now and when those 2 documents are approved in the next 2 to 3 years, the county has the following powers. Number 1, We can implement any recycling program that we think is necessary to torque up recycling. Now, we don't have control over the municipalities. We don't have control over the authority. So they may not like it, they may not participate in it, but nothing stops us from developing these things and trying to implement them, and certainly do it in the unincorporated area if we wanted to do that. Number two, Kevin Kelleher and Michael Ruiz are right now at the table with WinWaste, which is the new name for Wheelabrator, to discuss an extension to our disposal agreement, because our disposal agreement, current one, expires in 2028, and there's no way that an authority could produce, for example, new disposal capacity, certainly publicly owned capacity, before then. So we want to make sure that there's nothing in this agreement that would prohibit us from having conversations to try to extend that agreement or enter into some other agreement that we think is necessary to meet our statutory obligations to ensure that adequate disposal capacity exists for everyone in the county. Again, as with recycling, the cities don't have to accept that. The authority doesn't have to accept that. We meet our responsibilities by making sure it's available. And if they don't accept it, that's their issue. And then there was a third little point. This is all under revision number 3. Someone had mentioned during briefings, well, what happens if some municipality doesn't join this agreement ultimately? We would still have our statutory responsibility to make sure that they have disposal capacity available to them. So there's a provision in here, and this isn't limited to just before the formation conditions, before those 2 documents are signed. This lasts forever. If a city or a municipality doesn't sign up, we still have the ability to do what we need to make sure we can meet our statutory obligation to provide disposal capacity. So that's number 3, and we strongly recommend that the May 1st version of revision number 3, just like revision number 1 and revision number 2, be included in any approval the board does today. The fourth one was also raised during briefings, and what this has to do is ensuring the independence, I guess, of legal counsel to the authority. Nathaniel and Matt could cite chapter and verse and provide whatever details you want, but essentially, we have a lot of restrictions on who can serve as the executive director of the authority to ensure some independence. Those same provisions were not put in here regarding legal counsel. I guess some of us at the table, myself included, had always assumed that there were certain very prominent local government law firms. Some of those firms may have folks serving as city attorneys, and I know I'll speak for myself, had just assumed that someone who's in that realm may very well, or one of those firms may end up serving as legal counsel. There was a concern. Some of it was based on things that happened before the MPO, where sometimes it seems like we don't get a fair shake. I'll leave it at that. And that maybe no firm that has a city attorney within its ranks, or 20 years from now, if you ever privatize my position, or next week, whenever you do it, no one in the county attorney's office, could serve either. There you go. That's very good. Takes a motion, a second, and 20 weeks. That's it, my friend. So thank you. Thank you. So in any event, we're neutral on that because it's purely a business decision. The first 3 we think are very, very important from a legal standpoint. This, we understand that there's a concern, but just in the interest of full disclosure, you also want to make sure that you have very capable counsel during the whole 40-year history, and to the extent restrictions can block that, it's just something to be mindful of today. Although this agreement could always be amended if it caused a problem down the road. And then finally, number 5, and this is the only new one, and I'll just be very, very candid on this one. This agreement is a long-term one. We don't stop reviewing it until the very end. And in light of our discussions with commissioners, and in light of our discussions with municipal council, and also understanding that we're in a far better place than we were 8 or 9 years ago when we went through sort of a bitter separation, we just started thinking, well, because, and some of you have asked me, who would control this authority? And for most things, it's going to be controlled mostly by municipal elected officials. There were 11 members, gentlemen, of the governing board. 10 municipal 10 municipal and 1 county representative. So they're going to get to make a lot of these decisions. And we just went back through it and we just said, what could go wrong? Not will it, because I've worked with these folks a lot. I know they would never do it, but you don't draft things based upon who the incumbents are. You draft them based upon the risk. So we added one small clause in here, which frankly, we think the municipalities should like as much as we do, and I think it's consistent with everyone's understanding anyway, but there's up to $6 million is going to be paid over 3 years to finance this authority. The county share of that, and I'll go through the math if you want, but it should be roughly $500,000 for a study, a master plan development, and then about 1% of the remaining $5 million amount, the other $500,000 for the studies coming from the municipalities. We wanted to make sure that, because the authority would have some power during this interim period, that it can't do things that would impose additional costs beyond that contribution on this board or any of our residents directly. So it's just a clause in there, and notwithstanding anything to the contrary, in there prior to these formation conditions being met, which again is a couple of years down the road, and we have control over that, at least one of the 2 documents. The authority shall take no action that any way obligates any party or any county resident, meaning municipal or unincorporated, to expend any money other than the amount specified under that clause, which calls for the $6 million. So, sorry if I went too fast. Sorry if I went too slow. Sorry again for the late night or late afternoon memo.
Don't apologize.
But that's where we are. Thank you.
No, I think it's an amazing work, and I think it needed to be on the record so everybody understood exactly what those revisions are. Okay, so thank you. Mr. Perro, through Mr. Kohler, any further comments, or before we open the public?
Drew very, very thoroughly covered it all, and thank you again for the acknowledgement. I know our folks have been there with Nathaniel and Mr. Haber every step of the way, so thank you.
Okay, I don't see Kyle as far as signed up for the public speaking. I do have a note here that Mr. Philip Fortman wishes to speak on this item. So, Mr. Fortman, would you please come forward? And you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the item.
Yes, my name is Phil Fortman. Commissioner Steve Geller is my district representative. On this subject, I've had brief discussions with Nan Rich over the phone and Steve at a recent event, and of course Beam Fur. If I had approached the dais and give each commissioner an exhibit, what I'm offering is a model.
You would give that to Ms. Shapiro, and she can, or Ms. Campbell, she can distribute. Thank you, sir.
This organization, Glass Half Full, was started actually by university students in New Orleans. And as you can see from the exhibit, it has been successful enough to advance to investment in capital equipment to process bottles, all glass things, from commercial establishments, bars, restaurants, and hotels, of which New Orleans has more than a few, as does Broward County, where we have bars, hotels, and restaurants. This is not a mandated program in New Orleans. This is voluntary by these commercial establishments. And of course, they want to present to their clientele an image of being green or compliant by recycling this glass. The product is chiefly sandbags. This is a commodity we certainly need after recent weather events here in this county. There are some things that are taken out of the mainstream, like blue glass or glass that is sold separately, but primarily they provide their delta management and environmental concerns with these sandbags. I would hope that I would hear a motion to further study this organization, find out about their cash flow and feasibility of implementing such a program. It could eventually be integrated into the program proposed by Commissioner Furr, or could run completely parallel and be implemented sooner. I hope you all will investigate this organization in Louisiana, and whether we look to the Commission for funding or backing and endorsement will be entirely up to the Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Fortman. I don't see anybody else signed up, but again, this was kind of an unusual situation today. Mayor Ross, did you want to say anything, or Mr. Mayerson? Okay, very good. Okay, just want to make sure. Anybody else want to speak on this particular item from the public? Okay, I'm going to now shut the public portion down and going to have commission discussion at this point. I know we're reaching 12:30, so I'm going to ask for a motion that we continue the meeting.
Move it.
At least for this item, and maybe more, but for this item now to continue on. It's been moved and second by Senator Geller, may moved by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are now continuing the meeting. Okay, now I have a queue starting with Commissioner Bogan, followed by Senator Geller on this item.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ryan.
I just want to ask council one quick question. When you say you're forming an entity, is it a C Corp, is it an LLC? What are we forming?
Commissioner Bogan, this is an independent entity created under Chapter 163 via the ILA. It's not a C Corp, it's not an S Corp, it is just, it's akin to a independent special district, but again, it's provided for by ILA.
Okay, is there a way to establish like a preferred A or preferred B when you structure it? Because any entity has to have directors, they have to have officers, I assume. You have to have some mechanism, bylaws, articles, some type of organization, a way for things to operate, correct?
Absolutely, Commissioner, and that's provided for in general in the
Okay.
interlocal agreement in terms of both the governing structure, which is a governing board, which is akin to your board of directors, the executive committee that Mr. Myers referenced, that is made up of 10 of the members of the governing board, plus the county's representative on the governing board. So you have your officers in the form of the executive
Okay,
director
so
as well.
what I'm getting at is, you know, in most corporations, you could have a preferred A and B, and I was hoping that we'd have one type of, a structure whereby the county would be responsible for, like, the managing day-to-day entity, like hiring the person who manages it and really involved in the day-to-day entity. I've talked to some people in some cities who said, you know, we don't know how to run it, we don't run it, and, you know, and while they can have a say, obviously, they're gonna be part of this, just like in any corporation, shareholders have a say. I'm just saying, with respect to the management on the day-to-day, is it, I don't know if you want to consider, and maybe not right this moment, but consider a way in which there's a structure by which there's a preferred A or preferred B or something akin to that, where the county would be responsible for overseeing it and hiring the management of that.
I think, Commissioner Bogan, I think we have an answer to that already. I think that might, go ahead. I think, Mr. Glusberg, you want to comment on that or not?
Again, the governing structure for the authority that's provided for in the interlocal agreement was developed over the past several years, voted on by the members of the Solid Waste Working Group. Commissioner, what you've just described is certainly a way of organizing an entity. It's just not the one that the working group developed and what's before you today.
Mr. Myers?
Yeah, and Commissioner Bogan, maybe you'll take some additional comfort from the fact that even though there's this executive committee and governing board that gets to make decisions, God bless, and you know, in many instances by majority vote, for very significant decisions, the county plays an outsized role, and in some, the county's consent is going to be required. So this was that.
Let me tell you what I'm getting at. Beam First has been working on this thing for how many years, Beam? 7, 8 years? Okay, so you have a very knowledgeable individual in this. Nobody in the cities that I'm aware of, maybe you could tell me, has been working extensively like this year after year after year after year after year, like you have. And so what I'm getting at is, if we're going to be creating a structure where you might have a waste energy spending billions of dollars, spending this kind of money for the entire county, it's only appropriate that you have somebody that, you know, we have the county that, you know, somebody with the expertise to oversee and run this, or at least to make sure that on the management side, we have that input.
I think Commissioner Bogan, I think Mr. Myers can give us that comfort, hopefully.
No, it's only on certain things I think you're talking about.
Well, just, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioner, and I was going to continue for 1 second just to say that there are a couple of things that are really, really critical that the county could not see control over, that this county has control under statute, and the county has maintained that control in this document, and that has to do particularly with development of either a landfill or a waste energy plant. So this authority, let's assume that we ended up wanting to, and I'm not presuming this, it may not work out this way, but let's assume that we wanted to develop some, you know, Palm Beach style system, which is thought to be the gold standard currently for waste disposal, and it was going to include a giant waste energy plant with plenty of capacity and then a landfill there to deal with it. all of the permitting, county consent, you name it, and all the environmental stuff, and maybe there's state involvement as well, but they're going to have, nothing cedes any of that power to this authority. They're going to have to go through the county. The county's going to have to consent to it. The county will not consent to it if it doesn't make sense. And if it makes sense, one of the things, and it was stated by Commissioner Furr, that this agreement does, which is necessary to build any sort of system, is to get flow control. So the main thing we're getting out of this, more than anything else, is flow control as a result of collaboration, and the cost of doing that is to develop the type of authority that puts most of this in the hands for most decisions of the municipalities.
Real quickly, Mayor, I'll try to finish this up, but Council, you told me that the entity that's been established is, the county has one seat, each city has one seat, so I don't know what those seats and that board has of authority. I'm just talking about the day-to-day management of whatever we decide to do, whatever the city decides to do, that's fine. Who's in charge of the day-to-day management? And that's what I'm trying to say, is that, is there an answer for that in the creation right now of something? Who's in charge of the day-to-day management?
The day-to-day management of the authority would be by an executive director that's hired by and approved by the executive committee.
And who's on the executive
The
committee?
executive committee is the 10 members that are
Okay,
selected
so
from
I'm
the
right,
cities and the one
I'm
from the
right, the county has 1/10 of whatever vote. The county does not control that executive committee and does not control hiring, and that's what I'm trying to get at, is I would urge this board to say that on one issue only, on the day-to-day management, that board can vote on everything else because the cities are involved and everything, but on the day-to-day management, where we have the knowledge, expertise, we had, being involved with this for years, we should be involved in make an amendment to that, and at least on day-to-day management, the county should have the first right to determine that, and that's all I'm trying to urge, that we restructure on that one piece, just on the day-to-day management. One of my cities is Coconut Creek, smart people, they don't know how to run this. I can go city by city, okay? I think, Beam's the one that's been involved in this, with the help of our resources, and we should really, if we're talking about spending billions of dollars, we should be the ones, and not make a mistake we did with waste management on that other one, be in control on the day-to-day management. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue discussion. We can come back if there's any amendments to make. Senator Geller, go ahead. Followed by Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple items. First, to follow up on what Commissioner Bogen is saying, I think there's a lot of merit in saying that the cities and counties should have equal say, which is what I have been saying consistently, that I believe that we should be working in good faith as equal partners with the cities, which I am pleased to see that the cities have now agreed that any change to the major documents has to be approved by both parties, which is a true partnership. I agree with Commissioner Bogen that it would make sense to me also that the attorney, the auditor, I believe there's 3 employees, attorney, an auditor, and a chief operating officer, should also be hired by both sides agreeing to someone, but I don't want to upset the apple cart too much right now. I agree with you philosophically. I'm not sure after all these negotiations that we can still change that. I will want to hear what Commissioner Furr has to say on that, but I agree with you philosophically, Commissioner Bogen, and I will get to that in a moment on the attorney issue. I did have 2 potential concerns I just want to ask. I guess it's Commissioner Furr, but maybe it's the county attorney. I'm going to throw out 2 questions, and whoever can answer them would be great. Number 1, it's my understanding that there is not a waste-to-energy /burner provision dealt with in this, although we may do so in the future. are we waiting for the authority to meet and do investigations before we reach a decision if we're going to go waste to energy? Because I think if something that the county does need to do, I don't fully understand the role of the authority in determining that, and I'm hoping that somebody can address that, and then I'll have a follow-up question on recycling. So whoever can answer that one.
Commissioner Furr,
I'm
can
happy
you
to
answer
do that
that?
a little bit. Yes, with regard to waste energy or large disposal facilities, we are already looking at that, and I think revision number 3 allows us to continue forward, because 5 years from now, we've got another global contract we have to be ready for. The fact of the matter is, we need that kind of capacity now. We don't have it. So that provision allows us to go forward as we speak. Over the next 18 months to 2 years, there will be a master plan that will probably incorporate that into it.
Okay, that answers my first
So
question
it
sufficiently.
gives us room to do both.
The second one, and this is, I'm sorry.
And Senator Geller, just to be very clear, in
Yeah.
terms of a waste-to-energy plant or a solid waste disposal facility like a landfill, the authority has no power to build or operate either of those things unless there is an amendment to the ILA that comes before this board and then a requisite number of the cities, and you all grant the authority that power down the road. So the issue of the actual ownership and operation, construction, rests with this board.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question on that was on recycling. It's my understanding that this board would have control, and I may be wrong, of recycling, the Solid Waste Authority. A concern that I have as Commissioner Furr, and I should have began by thanking Commissioner Furr for all of the work you've done on this for the many years.
I'm going to get you back.
But Commissioner Furr said something I was already planning on saying. What I think is my largest concern on this, and maybe Commissioner Furr or someone else can answer, is the issue of recycling, because the county has a recycling program which works, not as well as it should. That's another way of saying what I just said. But at least we're trying. We all have we understand with China not taking stuff any longer, that the single stream is problematic. We all understand these issues. But as Commissioner Furr said, it is cheaper today to landfill than to recycle. And a concern that I have is if we give the authority control over recycling, and the authority is controlled by the cities, and Commissioner Furr has already said the cities may choose the cheapest option, which is landfill, as opposed to recycling. I would find that problematic because, and I know my mayor, who I see has sitting there, been working, is also committed to recycling, but I can't tell you that the majority of the cities are willing to pay for extra for recycling. So that is a concern that I have. Can somebody address that to ensure that the authority, or in whatever form, that we will still have a robuster, if such a word exists, more robust, I like robuster recycling program than we have now.
Legal counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. So right now, we have very limited powers when it comes to recycling. We're only in charge of the BMSD. The nice thing about the way that the ILA has been tailored, the authority cannot force us to go below a certain standard. So if we want to go and be the best recycler in the unincorporated area that there ever was in the history of Broward County, this board will always have the authority to do that under this agreement. What the authority has the power to do, unlike this board, is to set minimum standards for source segregation. So that means if we were not to meet the authority's higher standard, this county, for the unincorporated area and all the cities, would have to rise up to meet that standard. But there's nothing that would prevent at any time during the life of the authority and the ILA, the Broward County from setting higher standards for the unincorporated areas.
Okay, thank you. And then those are my questions. My one comment is I will be supportive of this, assuming that we adopt the 5 amendments that are in there. I will be candid. I was the commissioner that County Attorney Myers mentioned on revision 2. Was in the legislature long enough to know that it is guaranteed that they will change the law. And I just wanted assurance that if they change the law, that we can make changes to the agreement. I'm glad that's in there. On item number 4, which is the attorney, I do feel strongly on that. There are 3 options, and let me explain why. I think Commissioner Ryan can tell you about what has happened at the MPO, where the county, again, is outnumbered, and the attorney for the MPO, my understanding from publicly stated meetings, is that they wouldn't, you try to bring up issues and won't even recognize you. I have a concern, just because I've been practicing law for over 40 years, on wanting strict ethics, which should prohibit conflicts of interest. I think that the attorney, if any of the large municipal firms, if Weiss Serota, if I'm sorry?
Gorin.
Yeah, thank you. That's what Sam Gorin, Duty, Ezroff, sure, what I can't keep track of. But if any of them have an attorney that wants to leave their firm and become the attorney for the solid waste, then there's no longer a conflict. But I would have a problem with having somebody that is, a law firm whose large client is the city of Blackacre, and which pays them $1 million a year, and then the Solid Waste Authority is paying them $250,000 a year for a lawyer. I think that lawyer has a conflict because they have a impression that there is at least the appearance of impropriety, and may actually be impropriety, where they have they're trying to answer to 2 masters. Our ethics rules should prohibit that. The answer is, well, you can get a waiver from both sides. As county, I wouldn't grant a waiver, but we would be outvoted on that. So I do have a problem with that. And I particularly would have a problem if, I'll use Gorin only because I'm the chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council and Sam is our attorney, and I love Sam, so I can pick on him. I would have a problem if Sam Gorin, who I don't think would ever do it, were to say, well, I want to be the attorney for the Solid Waste Authority because he represents a bunch of cities, and while I know him to be as ethical as is humanly possible to be, I would have a problem. I would think there would be an appearance, if he's representing 4 or 5 Broward cities, that he would have to try and keep them happy. So I do intend to vote for this today if all 5 amendments are adopted. And I would recommend for revision 4, if you gave us 3 options, I would prefer option number 2, which says that you can't be the attorney for any city. If there was an issue that, well, the best lawyer in the state on solid waste happens to represent one city, I don't think there is any one best lawyer in the state on waste. I guarantee you there's enough that we can find. If I had to live with option 3 that says, well, you can represent one city, but not more than one city. I guess I could, but I don't really like that either. I prefer that we adopt option 2. And with that, I would vote for this because, as I've been saying all along, I think the cities and the counties should be joint, equal partners, and I believe that this, with the amendment, makes us joint, equal partners moving ahead. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to Commissioner Ryan.
This proposal's a long time coming, and I was actually somewhat surprised that the governing committee, actually took this period of time to come up with the proposal that's before us today. One of my kind of overarching concerns has to do with what are our objectives, what are our policies, what will be the deliverables, and what entity is actually going to provide the services. So the county's position here is, by state statute, we have a responsibility to have facilities sufficient to dispose of the solid waste generated within our county. And we've done so. I mean, with the county having, I guess back in like the 1980s, having acquired that 530-acre facility out in western Pembroke Pines, we do have the capacity to do so. And then, some years ago, we kind of split off with Waste Management on waste to energy disposal facilities, and so we do it all on the Wheeler-Brader plant that's down there off 441 in Griffin Road. But the overarching objective that I believe that the county has been responsible for and has really taken up the cause is to increase the amount of recyclables that we will have in the system. Somebody mentioned earlier, and I'm not sure who was the speaker, but it was to the point that the natural incentive is to dispose of your solid waste in the most economically efficient way that you can dispose of solid waste. And I think that the environmental concerns kind of take the back seat to how do we keep the cost low, and how do we dispose of all of the solid waste? Like 98% of the solid waste is generated within the municipalities, and it's their responsibility to dispose of it. For some years, I've been suggesting that the county participate in some capacity, and the only real incentive that I felt that the cities had to bring the county in is, will the county make available to the cities the capital facilities that the county has, and that's the Western Pembroke Pines, 500 and some odd acre facility, and then in a smaller sense, the Alpha 250 parcel. And will I think the interest of the cities has been, will the county, be an active participant in solid waste that is recycled, and will it do so, on the county's dime? And the cities will And I haven't seen a plan, but I guess it's, kind of trust us. The cities will cooperate with the county in a recycling program. So, everything that I have heard is that you don't recycle and make any profit. The question is, how expensive is it to recycle, a significant amount of the solid waste? I believe that the cities and the county both have not done an adequate job to date on the recycling issue, and our numbers are very low. It goes back to what I think I had mentioned before, is that, you don't have, under this, our current structure, you don't have like an economic incentive to do that recycling. And just like, in some respects, and there's different variables that bring this scenario about is, in the past, it's been more economical for much of the solid waste generated in Broward County to be, shipped up to Central Florida, Kissimmee, or something like that, and then just landfilled. It's more expensive now, and so, I'm not sure how much of it gets landfilled, but, the less the better. I mean, you really don't want to be increasing, our landfill, up there on the Monarch Hill site. You'd like to be able to go ahead and go waste energy with, your solid waste flow that you cannot recycle. And there is some part of your solid waste flow that, does have to be landfilled, but under certain circumstances, you can really minimize that number. It just seemed to me that this proposal, for its many good intentions, is putting the cart out in front of the horse. We're going to be asked here today to enter into an interlocal agreement to, establish, a governing solid waste and recyclables governing authority, of which, the county will not be in control. We will have some say in it on some issues, but the idea, that, the county has, the duty to provide for the disposal, the capacity for disposal of all solid waste within its borders, and the fact that we have made some prudent investments in acquiring parcels of real estate that can be used for that purpose. I don't think, as far as maybe I have it wrong, but the city's perspective, doesn't seem that, there's a lot of interest in dealing with the county unless, the county's gonna go ahead and carry the cost for recycling and, provide access, or under some conditions, I suppose, shared ownership of, the Western Pembroke Pines facility. So I think we would be better served if we not, establish a 40-year governing authority at this point. I would rather see us go forward and get the master plan study completed, and then, go through those recommendations and come up with a master plan that is approved by, the cities and the county, rather than setting up the authority where we have all these unanswered questions with regard to what is our plan, and how, in what method, in what manner are we going to execute or implement the plan. So I will not be supportive of this in its current manner. I'd like to see that it be deferred, and that we have more information about what our real objectives are, our purposes, and how we are going to achieve them before we take this, big leap into a governing authority structure. Many times in our discussions, I thought it at some point was kind of like settled that the county would participate in an aggressive recycling campaign, provided that the county had kind of control of the governance issues. And then that was never on any of the proposals that were coming out of this committee. So, for me, I don't see a role that is going to be actually, achieving regional goals, and most importantly in recycling, unless we have those issues resolved and understood among the cities in the county before we enter into a governing, interlocal agreement for a governing authority.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dean, you're up, followed by Vice Mayor.
So I'm going to be a little bit briefer on this. I think that as I look at this, the interesting thing about this agreement is the county can't comply with their statutory mandated duties from a business perspective alone, because we need the flow from the cities. The cities can't comply with what they need to do alone, because they need the county to run this thing and to build this thing. I'm going to support this deal, and I'm going to support this agreement, and the reason why is it gets us one step closer to solving a regional issue that no one can solve on their own here. And the reason I say that is because there are multiple off-ramps along the way. You lose nothing for doing this. This gets us into the master plan concept where we can do this. The cities and the counties can then work together, and we can try and get this resolved. If we don't do this, if we're not going to do this, as a county, we are going to become stuck with solid waste, because I'll take a city only because I'll pick it out with their geographical location. A city like Hollywood, which say gets a ton of flow of debris, could contract with Miami-Dade County and send their waste down there. So we can build a burner to energy plant till we're blue in the face. If we don't have flow coming into it, the number doesn't make sense. The second thing that I'm concerned about is if we went ahead and just did this on our own and we were going to build all these facilities to do it, the private sector would be out there and saying, wait, while they're getting this going, we're going to lower our rates to take all that flow away from the county to make whatever we're doing economically unfeasible. So I'm going to support this. I would make a motion based on the memorandum that Drew sent late in the afternoon to support that, move it forward from here, show the cities our good faith. If it doesn't work out, there's plenty of off-ramps along the way. I think that what this gentleman said, and I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty, we've spoken about all these kind of ideas, and this is the kind of group that gets us to that next step where we can look at that. And I believe in these glass to sand type of things, but I'm sure there's 20 other different technologies that this independent group can look at together. The cities can't do this alone. The counties can't do this alone. If I'm the last speaker, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this interlocal agreement and this body, and I'm going to make it subject to revision 1 on May 1st, which covers the revisions that Drew brought us in the afternoon. I'll defer to Senator Geller on whatever he'd prefer with the attorney. I'm okay with it either way. I'm okay with one of these municipal attorneys being involved, but I can recognize the issue that he may have, and that's not a die on the sword. I believe that there are great municipal attorneys in Gorin or Weiss Serota or whatever it is. I just don't want to exclude the pool. I would be very careful with all that, but I'm going to make a motion to approve, subject to Drew's memo of late yesterday afternoon, and hopefully bring this in and keep moving forward. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on.
Beam, you make my motion, I'll second.
What? We're gonna hold on 1 second for the motion if we can, Commissioner Furr, okay? Because I know Vice Mayor want to make a comment, so I want to make a comment too, and then we can bring, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, so I just want to make a couple of comments. I definitely am going to support this today, and I can't even imagine not supporting it, having it been brought to us by Commissioner Furr, who has worked for years on this with the gentleman and this municipal people that are here today, and so many of them on the solid waste working group. As a matter of fact, my new aide, Sabrina, was on it and she was great on it, exactly. So, I mean, too much has gone in and too much time spent. And I think that we've, nothing is perfect, but I think we've gotten pretty close here, especially with the version that Drew has given us. I just want to say, the other day, someone called me from Weston and asked me about the recycling. And that's kind of why Mr. Fortman was here, because he was on the phone also, and they said to me, well, is it going to recycling? We have a blue container. I fill it up every week. We fill it up. And I said, where's it going? And so I ended up calling Byron Jaffe, Commissioner Jaffe, and he put me in touch with the man from Republic. And the people were right who said, it's not going to recycling. And I was, kind of disturbed about that, but it's happening all over the county. I asked my aide to bring me this, because I recalled this. We have a 75% recycling goal in the state of Florida. Okay, and guess what the deadline, what we're supposed to be achieved by 2020. So obviously, nobody is doing the kind of job, but as Commissioner Furr said at the beginning, we have got to address this and the whole issue of doing this as a county, and this is as close as I've seen us come to this. So I am going to support it. I do actually support Commissioner Geller's idea or recommendation for option 3. I think it should not be someone that's involved with the municipalities. I think it should be someone that's independent on their own. So I would support that. But other than that, I mean, I am ready to go. And thank you, gentlemen out there. Thanks all of the people that spent so much time on this working group trying to get us to a place, and especially to my colleague, Dean. Thank you.
Before I recognize round 2, Commissioner Bogan, I too want to thank Commissioner Furr for all your years of working on this, and most importantly, all of our cities. This is truly collaboration at its best. And my concern here is that, we're coming down to the wire of so many years of working together, as cities in the county, that we're continuing to make these last-minute changes, which could be good at the end of the day, but also could be deal breakers. And I say that because item 4 that Senator Geller brought forward, I've heard from folks, working on the item that could be a deal breaker. And that's what I don't want to happen here is we get to this far, we have come this far so long, and that we have one item that breaks the deal apart and we are back to the negotiation would be detrimental to everybody. And I understand Senator Geller's concern, but I also can understand the city side as well. So, I don't know if Senator Geller can live with it an hour. So he told me, he said he's not going to vote for it unless item 4 is in there. And I'm looking at Mayor Ross and speaking to him earlier, it could very well be a deal breaker. And I just would hate to see that happen today at the end of the day. So I just want that to be on the record. And then we can continue on with Commissioner. Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I just want to apologize. I said gentlemen, and I realized that Mary Lou from the League of Cities is sitting next to the 2 gentlemen. So I just wanted to correct that and say thank you all, and certainly you, Mary Lou, as the exec for participating. Thank you.
Because the motion that has been contemplated, hasn't been made yet, is obviously taking all 5 in consideration. So I just want to throw that out there. Commissioner Bogan, did you want to say a comment?
I do. Beam, I need to know, because obviously I can't talk to you off the dais on this. I really think, I'm not here to be a deal breaker. But I still think if people, I've talked to people in the cities about this. They have nobody that's competent to run this day to day. I think it's important you start out with a clear vision on how, and moving forward. I think that the simple question is, I'm establishing an entity. Okay, who's going to run this entity? How are we going to determine who runs the entity? And I think this needs to be amended to where the county will determine who runs the entity by using their resources, unless some city says, no, we'll use our resources, we'll go and find the expert, we'll do the head hunting, and we'll, I don't know anybody that knows more than Beam as a commissioner, at least. And so, if you say, Mark, I know you've worked hard on this, and I'm going to support it if you're feeling that we should deal with this issue. I think it's really one of the more important issues. When you start a deal, any deal, and you start a structure of a deal, you don't wait till you're down 3 years and say, oh, by the way, how is this going to be run? I think.
We're going to let Commissioner Furr kind of tackle
Okay,
that
yeah,
one.
I'm
So
happy
I know Commissioner
I'm asking him his
Rogers had a
opinion.
question.
No, I'm not done. I want to ask him his.
Let's let Commissioner Furr answer a lot of these questions, these concerns right
Can we move all at
now.
once, or?
No.
I know, but we keep
Please
getting
don't
fragmented, we keep asking, but I think we got Commissioner Rogers, Senator Geller again, so I'm just trying to figure out where we want to be. And I don't know if you want to wait till the end, it's
I can
up to
wait till the
you.
end. I can
It's
wait
up
till
to
the
you.
end.
No, I'm just, because depending on what you say, it will be depending on
Okay.
how I vote.
And I'll definitely, you want me to answer it directly?
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead and do that right now, I
Please.
think I might answer
Okay, then I'll
Commissioner
do it.
Rogers' question.
There are, through this whole process, we have had a chance to meet lots of people that are very knowledgeable. I'm like on the low end of that, honestly.
Lots of people, are you talking
That-
about
That really know what they're talking
on
about.
in the cities?
Yeah, there's some people in the cities that know stuff, we have people in the county that know stuff.
And they would be, and once this deal's together, would they be involved on a day-to-day basis?
Well, they could, the executive board would probably do a national search or a local search and look at, and pick the best. But there are people local that know what they're doing, both from cities and county, that could get us off and running. I have no doubt of that at all.
So you don't feel what I'm saying is really something that's urgent enough to do at this point? You would trust that the executive board would?
Yeah, we've had a technical advisory committee through these last couple of years that have included not only our people, but city people, and there are some extremely talented people.
Okay, thank you for
That know
telling
it
me.
really well.
Thank you.
I think you've laid the fears of Commissioner Bogan. Commissioner Rogers, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to tell you that your response as it relates to the talents that we have here in the county. All right, I feel strongly that we have it, Commissioner. There are people out here that's what they do. These are the discussions they're having in their industry, in their businesses. We do have,
Yes.
you got it. Okay, and that's the way I feel about telling me that there are restrictions on the attorneys that can participate to be an attorney with the organization because there might be a conflict of interest. I think the committee that we are forming, I hear 40 years, but I was under the assumption in 3 years that they should have achieved a certain level. All right? 3 years is that number that the county, based on the budget, I'm thinking, we're budgeting for 3 years of support of this, whatever it is.
Of startup.
Startup, 3 years. So my head is 3 years, not 40 years. As we grow here in Broward County, we have to, all the housing you're telling me we're doing, we need to prepare for the garbage. So this ILA is about putting a structure in place to eventually run this program that is so critical. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
Thank you so
I'm glad
much,
for your
Commissioner.
answer. There are other resources and qualified folks that can be a part of it, and that doesn't mean your talent would not be appreciated for another 8 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers, so much. Yes, Senator Geller, then we're going to bring the landing to Commissioner Furr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was another issue here that bothered me, but I'm over that. I mean, the fact that even on the 10-to-1, it doesn't come back to the county. In certain areas you need the approval of one county commissioner who's serving on that. All of us have seen examples of if there's 11 people in a room and 10 have one viewpoint and one has another, it doesn't matter how independent and good that one commissioner is, there is immense pressure on them to go along with everybody else. And I don't like that. But at the end, in the interest of let's get an agreement we can all live with, I said, okay, I'll go along with that, even though I don't like it. But since there has been discussion on the issue, Mr. Mayor, if like I said, there are ethical issues about being attorneys. I can't believe that the cities would say, if we can't hire a specific attorney, then we're not going to do the deal. To me, it shows that they would be so intent on having an attorney that they think is in their pocket already, that I absolutely would not want an attorney like that. So there are an awful lot of lawyers out in Broward County or in South Florida. We could hire a lawyer from Dade or Palm Beach to move here. Well over 10,000. I think Broward by itself may be 8,000 or 9,000. I don't recall 10,000. To say that we insist on having a lawyer that is predisposed to our viewpoint to be the lawyer for the authority is not something I can live with, because then when we're arguing over interpretation, if we're in litigation, for example, and the attorney for the authority says, oh no, the authority agrees with the cities over the county, that should not ever occur. I think we do need an independent, and therefore, since I was asked which one, I would ask on amendment, on revision 4, that we go with option 2, prohibiting the authority as an attorney, legal counsel, any attorney or firm that is currently representing a Broward city. Again, I think this should be a full-time position, and if John Smith from the city of Blackacre, from the firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. That's a great firm. Yes, I know. And from the best 1,000-lawyer firm in the state, if there is one, they can leave the firm, and then that eliminates the conflict. So I would ask either Commissioner Furr to include option 2 under revision 4, or if he doesn't, if he makes the motion leaving this out, then I will move to amend it. So I don't know how Commissioner Furr wants to handle that.
And ultimately, I know Commissioner Furr has been working with us certainly every day with this working group, so obviously his expertise will be important to this board on his opinion. Go ahead, Commissioner Furr, to bring it down to a smooth landing.
Smooth landing, okay. Thank you. I'm going to answer a few of the things. With regard to Commissioner Ryan had mentioned the cart before the horse. I understand what he's saying. I definitely wanted to see a master plan on the front end of this. Our lawyers wanted to see a master plan on the front end of this. It would have taken even longer. It would take us we would be postponing this for a couple of years. And then we might not get there. So what is preserved is an off-ramp if we're not happy with that master plan. And we have there's a big exit ramp. If we're not happy with it, we're off it. And to your point about being outnumbered, I was outnumbered on the working group numerous times and voted and lost a couple 8-1. Luckily, things changed and came back, and we kind of found a different consensus. But I think there is, in the case where we have to be in consensus, one vote is consensus. Yeah, one vote makes a difference. So particularly on the waste disposal, those main facilities, if this group isn't in agreement with it, it's not going to fly. We have to be in consensus. So that's important. I think there's a number of things that we should be thinking about. We do want to preserve the landfill. I know you want to do that. I want to do that. That was part of the RRB recommendations way back when, because we saw what happened with Hurricane Ian. They didn't have a place to put all their stuff. And they've still got stuff on the streets. So that is absolutely important to do that. What we're doing is paving a way to, one, preserve that and use it to the best that we can. And to the point of recycling, I'm glad Phil's here. Phil, one, this is a great idea, but I want you all to know I've been bombarded with ideas. Absolutely bombarded. My office is getting stuff every single day. Hey, we got a great idea. And you know what? There's a lot of good ideas out there. There's some great ideas out there. And what's going to be good about this entity is they're going to be able to take those innovations. We already saw it, and I think I talked about this with the sales when we did the pitch night, resilient pitch night at Nova. And we asked people to come in, and the ideas were brilliant. The ones that were using recycling glass to build seawalls, and people that didn't want to be putting big concrete, now they could actually put seawalls and see through it. Ideas for all kind of things. So we have a chance to really be the epicenter of how to be resilient in this, and this is our best opportunity. I think Commissioner Udine said it best. We can't do this alone. We have to have the flow control, and these are expensive propositions. Building a waste energy plant is not cheap. Building a MRF is not cheap. You just ask Waste Management. They're spending $75 million to build one on the next to Pembroke Pines. What you do want to do is watch what Waste Management is doing and other parts of the industry, and you'll see that obviously recycling is on the rise because they are buying composting companies. They're buying numerous ways to recycle because a lot of those resources are needed to do a lot of the infrastructure stuff. A lot of glass is being used to build roads. Nobody's been recycling it, but now it's being used to build roads and all kind of stuff. All the metals that are being able to be pulled out. It is actually an exciting time in this industry. And the quicker we get going, the better. What I want us to be cognizant of is that I know we're about to sign the global agreement for 2023. And I think 19 cities, I'd have to ask Kevin on this, but I think 19 cities have signed on for this. This is for 2023 to have our waste go to wind waste. Wind waste can only handle of our 750,000 tons. The number of cities that have signed up and the number of tonnage is way above that. Where's that going? All going landfill and all over the place. So we have to get, before 2028, we need to start working on it now, which is why your provision for revision 3 is so absolutely necessary, which is why we've already, and the legal has already put together RFPs for master plans. They're putting it together for looking at waste energy plants, for other things. We have to hit, this entity is going to take a while to get together, and we need to hit the ground running. So that's what I hope will happen. I would like to make a motion. I'll read it. It will not include the lawyer part right now, and okay. And I don't have one, I'm not one way or the other on that, I'll be honest. I want whoever's the best. That's really what I want. I think I don't want to exclude it, but I understand what you're saying. And I'll just leave it at that. But the motion to approve, I'm making a motion to approve the interlocal agreement creating an independent legal entity known as the Solid Waste Disposal and Recyclable Materials Processing Authority of Broward County, Florida, for the purpose of managing a countywide solid waste disposal and recycling system for a period of at least 40 years in substantially the form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, with the inclusion of Revision 1, the May version of Revisions 2 and 3, and Revision 5. You'll notice I left 4 out, okay. All is shown in the additional material distributed under the item. To authorize the county administrator and, after consultation with the county attorney, to make changes she determines will not materially impact the county's rights and obligations under the ILA, provided they are approved as to form and legal sufficiency by the office of the county attorney, and to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the same. That's my motion.
Okay, that's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second
And Mr.
by
Mayor, I
Vice
have an
Mayor
amendment.
Rich. It's been moved to second. Is there an amendment to the motion? Senator Geller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move you, sir, that we amend Commissioner Furr's motion with revision 4, option 2, for the reasons I've explained. With so many good lawyers, I think it would be improper to set something up where there is a conflict of interest, and the attorney for the authority should not be a county employee, represent the county attorney's office, nor should it be someone who's representing any city. And that is my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second for the amendment?
I'll second it just to be polite as he is.
Commissioner Bogan, do you, okay, you're going to second the amendment. So we're going to need to vote on the amendment, okay?
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Just raise your hands at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4. No?
Wait, I counted 5.
I'm sorry?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5.
Hold on, really. This is a serious matter, okay? All in favor of the
6.
amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The amendment will pass at this particular time. So we're now voting on the amended motion of Commissioner Furr's, amended by Senator Geller. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Very good.
And
Yes.
Mayor, just for the record, there were some immaterial language changes. Your motion was the May 1st version of revision 4,
That's
option
what
2. Yes.
Commissioner Furr said.
Revision 4,
But he- but-
option 2.
Hold on.
Commissioner Furr dealt with the May 1st version of the other one, so for Senator Geller, it's the May 1st version. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay, everybody good?
Yeah.
All right, just real quick, is the delegation, Carl Grant, here? Okay, if he's not, we are going to take a break, and we're going to come back here at 2:15. 2:15, we'll come back. Our clerk needs a break.
How much do we have left?
I know my clerk, if you want to take a 5-minute break, that's fine too.
3 items.
I have 3 items left.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break because our clerk does need to use the refrigerator. So 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 1:35, okay? Vice Mayor Rich, Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner McKenzie. If you can hear me, please come to the dais. There's Bogan.
We got enough.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6. Here comes Vice Mayor. Okay. Well, it was Commissioner Ryan who pulled number 48, so. Commissioner Ryan pulled number 48. Is he available? It was under consent, and he pulled it off consent.
Are we back in session?
We are now back in session. Our meeting is back to order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got plenty here. Item 48 was pulled off consent by Commissioner Ryan, and I don't see him yet. But
Substituted with a privatization of the attorney.
that's right. I'm gonna skip that item and go to item number, again, well, let me go back one more time to call it for the last time, but I know he's not here. Delegation call grant, reparation, delegation, he is not here. Very good. We will have to continue that item to a future meeting. We are now under item number 40. Somebody see he's here? He's on his way? We'll go ahead and read it. Kyle, go ahead and read item 48, would you please?
Item 48 is a motion to authorize county administrator for a limited time period through November 15th, 2023, to submit offers, counteroffers, bids, and proposals to acquire real property for a future government purpose if the county administrator determines, 1, that timing or other material circumstances reasonably prevent or preclude prior consultation with or consideration by the board. 2, that the amount the county would be obligated to pay under the applicable offer, counteroffer, bid, or proposal is at or below the county administrator's determination of fair market value for the property to be acquired. And 3, that adequate and appropriate funding sources are available to consummate such transaction, including the authority to execute letters of intent, memorandums of understanding, and purchase agreements relating thereto, subject to approval as to legal sufficiency by the Office of the County Attorney of all documents that would bind the county to such acquisition without requiring formal approval or ratification by the board, and subject to the county administrator promptly reporting to the board any action taken pursuant to this delegation, and authorizing the county administrator to take all necessary administrative and budgetary actions, including transfers of funds from reserves and conducting required due diligence related thereto. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Okay, no member of the public is speaking. Commissioner Ryan pulled this item from consent, so I'm going to turn over to Commissioner Ryan.
So my only interest in this was, as we come into our summer break, it's been our general policy to give a limited delegation of authority to the county administrator to sign contracts and agreements that, for the most part, it's been my recollection that are subject to ratification when we return. You know, we're off for about 6 weeks in the latter half of June and July. So this one kind of stuck out for me because of it's kind of a broad delegation of authority. The duration exceeds the return of the commission. So, I mean, it's a delegation for about 6.5 months duration. It allows for the purchase of property that is not subject to an appraisal of fair market value, but rather determination of the county administrator as to what is fair market value. The binding contract or whatever, whether you start off with a LOI, which is a letter of interest with regard to a purchase, and then later, go under contract, frequently with a contract for sale and purchase. You know, if there are contingencies, this would allow for the county to commit itself to purchase of, I'm not sure of the magnitude, but it, you know, expressly says it's not subject to approval or ratification by the county commission. So, I mean, perhaps, Monica, you could speak to, you know, what's going on here, but for me, it was an overly broad delegation of authority, and, you know, we have a charter that calls for, you know, a strong county administrator form of government, but we 9 commissioners are still the policymakers here, so I, you know, brought it up to find out what your thoughts are, how much you can speak to us about it, and, you know, what assurances do you want to give us that everything is copacetic here?
Ms. Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. As I shared with you during our briefing, and this is an extension of an authority that was granted last November for 6 months, and this is a kind of just a refresh of that same exact authority. And prior to that, it was in place for a couple of year period. And so when I became administrator, we refreshed it since it was on the books for a previous kind of proposal for going after some property that was of special interest to the county for government purposes. So this is limited to purchases of real property. It's not an overly broad delegation for any other purposes. The delegation that you're referencing for summer recess is for specific contracts and things during that recess period. And in that item, there's also a specific exhibit that goes into great detail for all of the different things that we anticipate occurring. And then obviously those things don't come back for ratification because you're already approving those to happen in advance of the summer. The things that do come back for ratification after the summer recess, as that example was given, are things that were not disclosed and given to you in advance of the summer recess item. Again, this is strictly for real property acquisition. And what I always do, and there was an example that, 2 examples on this agenda, this is not going to be utilized unless it is not feasible to come back in that time period of a deal consummation. You know, the 2 agenda items that we are looking at, one was already adopted previously on this agenda, was the Motel 6 conversation. That was something that we had been engaged in for about 9 months already, but I couldn't have gone into some of those things without some of that authority, but we did come back, and those were, the LOI and the PSA were contingent on board ratification. This is really for finite situations, and I will always come back, and you have my word, and I have done that, where I've come to each of you just seeking, just letting you know what I was planning on doing, and getting any feedback individually on those transactions, but not to get consensus, not to get, you know, build any of that. It's really just to make sure that you all are informed individually on those actions. There are often times, as you all know, that the second that we raise our hand and say we want that, the price goes like this. And we really look at these types of scenarios very strategically and very judiciously. And to the other point I wanted to give, to address that you made about that I don't have to do an appraisal, I can assure you that the language is written in such a way so that if there is a specific property that's very uniquely situated, we would be able to go above an appraisal, and it would be based on a fair market value. We always do appraisals. We would never be going into an LOI without knowing the value of the property or even similarly situated properties. So there would be a whole host of things that would go into that fair market value assessment. But one of those components would most assuredly be an appraisal.
So let me just pose a couple more specific questions. When a piece of property is purchased by the county, is it in the ordinance or the charter that, you must have an appraisal, and the property must be purchased no greater than 10% above the county's appraised value, but there are some exceptions when that can be overridden. So perhaps to the county attorney, what's the threshold, the circumstances by which the county can acquire property above 10%, in excess of 10% of the appraisal conducted by the county?
It would require, Commissioner Ryan, a vote like occurred today on item 45, and because that would take a supermajority of the board, that would not be, in our interpretation, within the delegated power in this item 48. So the county administrator would have the authority if it were strategically very difficult for her to put an item on a public agenda because that may run up the price, and it were within 10% of the appraised value, she would have the authority to do it because no supermajority vote would be required. But if it were something that were over 10%, she would have to come back to the board and could not rely on this.
It would be all subject to the board's approval anyway.
It would be subject to the board's approval. And Commissioner Ryan, and you and I had a brief conversation about this this morning.
Right.
Ms. Henry had a very broad delegation of authority that was limited more or less to one building. So when Ms. Sparrow took over the position, it was narrowed. We were very concerned about the breadth of it as well. From briefings, I don't like broad delegations. I think it's a problem. And so we worked with administration to put in these, I think, I'll steal her word, bumpers in here. The only other one that I thought of that might be workable, because I think it's implied, is that maybe we add, and I just sketched it out, a number 2 that you may be comfortable with, as to which there's no practical ability to condition the binding nature of the action upon subsequent board ratification. So if she can negotiate in subsequent ratification, then she has to do the deal subject to ratification. If she can't negotiate it in practically, and I know there was a recent example of that, then she could use this power as long as it's within 10% of the appraised value and bind the county, and then her obligation would be to come back and just alert the board to that.
So I suppose I'm misreading it then, because I thought that this authority would allow for the county administrator to make a purchase of property in excess of 10% of the appraised value, as appraised by the county.
It doesn't expressly address that. Legally, I don't believe that it would, but if that would bring you comfort, we could certainly add also, and in no event, that this power shall not be exercised or may not be exercised if 2 appraisals are obtained as required and the purchase price exceeds 10% over the average of the 2 appraisals.
Now, is that something to the county administrator? Is that how you had contemplated your authority in this instance?
So anyone who knows me knows that I'm extremely judicious with the county's coffers, and it would need to be an extraordinary and very unique situation that I would not move if I did not feel that I had the proper, support of my team, and when we're looking at property, and that I would disclose that. So, I don't foresee any circumstance that I would go above 10%, but if there was a very unique situation that might necessitate that, I would hate to say that I just, would close the door and just not do it. Again, I would be disclosing everything to each of you, and my team would give me that recommendation based on appraisals and other things that are in the marketplace, and the unique nature of a particular piece of property.
Mayor, if I just may address one thing. So we wouldn't approve that as being legally sufficient unless it were contingent upon coming back to the board for ratification. Because if it were above 10%
Right.
above appraised value, we would make sure that it was specifically, expressly contingent upon being ratified by the board. So, because legally, I don't think that this action could delegate that authority, since you're entitled to have a discussion about that particular project and approve it by a supermajority vote. And I think you're agreeing.
That's right.
Yeah.
I understand that certain parcels are in high demand, and, we've had an increasing market. But, just seems odd to me to work under the premise that as soon as the county is interested in a piece of property, that all of a sudden, we should be, expecting, significant increase in the asking price for the property. Geez, if that was the case, you'd have a lot of people out there trying to sell property and then finding a way to get the county interested in it.
They are.
We overpay, rightfully.
Well, I would hate to say that rightfully we overpay. I think that, there's got to be some analysis of what the intentions are, what else is available. And, property that's like now, like TOD property and, property that has good access, is always going up and up in price, but, I just had some level of trepidation with what I thought was the breadth of this authority, but certainly interested in hearing from other members.
Yeah, and again, I think this is focused on specifically to real estate opportunities that would come up that would give the administrator the opportunity to negotiate a transaction. But ultimately, whatever the price it is has to come back to us to ratify that sale, end of the day. So she can negotiate all she wants to. Is that correct or no?
No.
Okay.
And Drew, did you want to clarify the exact
All right, then I might have
parameters?
misunderstood it.
The bumper
Okay.
says, yeah.
Yeah, so the purpose of this, if Ms. Sparrow were to come back to you at a public meeting and have you basically approve it, now if she can sign it and you just have to ratify it later, and we've locked down the property, that's fine. But if we can't make it subject to subsequent ratification and she has to get your approval, then that obviously gives somebody else the ability to jump in there, which might increase our price.
Okay.
So what this says is, if it's at all practical, if she can come before you to bring it before the public at the meeting and you approve it, she has to do that. If she can't do that, she still has to let you know all about it. But ultimately, you're entrusting the administrator within these bumpers that are established to consummate a deal if she has to.
And if I might add on to that, and I'm forgetting the number, I think it's 54. So item 54 is a perfect example of that. So this one I was able to, we brought it to the finish line, and then it's subject to your approval. So when practicable, that is exactly what we do.
Understood.
It's
Understood.
in those very rare instances, and to my knowledge, I don't even remember the last time this has ever been done, but it's just there in case it's needed.
Okay.
One.
No, all right.
I got Commissioner Ryan still has the floor unless he is completed.
No, I've concluded my questions.
Commissioner Bogan, I know Commissioner Geller was over here waving at me earlier, so is Commissioner.
I was just going to say, he asked about how I trust our administrator to do the right thing, and I'm
Agreed.
supporting it.
Okay, Senator Geller?
Ms.
You got
Sparrow,
in
it
there.
doesn't say what property this is for. In the event that it's for a government center, I'd support this if you move it to Plantation.
Are you, hold on. Hold
It's
on.
actually to eliminate a vehicular lane for bikes.
That's great.
Senator, she got you on
I'm
that one.
only kidding. I'm only kidding.
I got Commissioner McKenzie now.
And I think we all share the common thoughts of this appraise and then what we pay as a government, and I've experienced this, in the past, and I've brought it up, and you really just, there's nothing you can do unless you do some long-range planning from the real estate side, to just buy things based on your assessment of our needs moving forward. Because once we show, I mean, it's open. I've never seen us being able to pull it back and get what the layperson or the business person would negotiate and walk away from the deal.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know how we do that moving forward, but put that in your hat. And then if this does occur, like item 54, I just the only thing I would say was just as long as we are notified, I mean, I don't see a real issue with it, so.
Commissioner Dean, you have a comment?
I mean, I would just, I think that this carries a lot more risk for the administrator than it does for the board, because if if the administrator makes a mistake on this to a real bad detriment, it's her job that's on the line. Really, that's how this works. That's how, adults
reality.
acted. That's what reality is. I'm going to support this for the idea that there are certain times that you can be opportunistic out there. And there are certain pieces of property that theoretically we would want to have or have to have. And a private landowner says, hey, county administrator, I have a solid ironclad offer from private sector B. You want it, sign a deal with no contingencies, or else I'm selling it to this person. I want to give us the chance for the public to be able to get those things. It doesn't alleviate the concerns I had, like with the previous one before, when we pay too much over market value, but I get it. That's a story for another day. That's why I voted for it. I just wanted to bring that up before. With that, I'm going to make a motion, if everyone's spoken, to
Please.
approve this item.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to.
Second. Moved by Udine, seconded by Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 9-0. Thank you. That places us on item number 51.
Item 51 is a motion to discuss and provide direction to county staff regarding certain county property located at 1625 Northwest 23rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the area known as Lauderdale Industrial Park. No member of the public has signed up to speak.
Thank you. I'm turning over to Commissioner McKenzie. This is his item.
Great. I mean, what a great segue, Monica. Did you set this up? Well, I think we all should be relieved today, because I think this was an issue a year ago where we would house the Forensic Science Center, and it became a political nightmare, if you would. But you agreed to seek higher grounds. It was a grave concern at the time, especially at this site, but vitally important. And there's no pun intended in the words I chose, but I think today we have an opportunity to remove the cloud, and I never doubted your commitment, even when I stood at that podium talking to you, Senator Rich, and you kind of got mad at me, but we've gotten past that. But today, we have another opportunity here for affordable housing opportunity. And I think the community is going to be relieved, number one. I think we can work with Ralph on how that works, how that looks down the road. But Ralph and Monica thought it would be an opportunity for some single-family housing, since that's what I speak all the time, but still to the subject matter of affordable housing. But we seem to have agreed in the last 6 hours that we can do 50-plus single-family homes and keep them affordable. But we'll work that, and we'll bring it back to you. But I wanted to take this opportunity to share it with you, and not let it be my thoughts, let it be our thoughts, since you were so considerate in looking for that place for the medical examiner's office and the forensic center. So this is why I brought it up in such a manner. And Monica, I think you knocked this one out of the park. You got a trifecta today. Some people thought we had 2 wins, but we already have 3 wins today. And I want all the input, all of the thoughts for you all, because your reputation was on the line, and I think I have a good pulse for what goes on in my community and in particular in Broward County. I think we did a good job this time.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing it forward. Any further discussion? Commissioner Furr?
Just on that same part, and I am wanting to see people be able to have equity in what they buy, in where this. And I'm wondering if there's any consideration of doing multifamily, not rental, but actually home ownership, condo ownership.
Or townhome type facilities?
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
and I only say it so that we're able to get as much housing in there as possible. That's my thinking, and because I don't know how many acres it is. How many acres is over there?
Oh, 7.
7.3 on item number 51.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, just a thought.
Well, my thought has always been home ownership. I think when you get into the condo piece, sometimes it gets a little hectic. We're experiencing that now. What happens with those condo docs and things of that nature. But if we can control the narrative here, I mean, we can shape that. But
Okay.
I was thinking single family and or townhouses, but we're going to work that. I want to work that collectively as we move forward. But home ownership, definitely. And I served on Ralph's board probably about 9, 10 years ago as a chair, and a lot of my colleagues at the time thought multifamily was the answer, thought vertical was the answer. And we went back and we did a study of the initiatives that we had been doing at the Housing Authority for single-family home purchases. This is during the downturn of the market, and we found that out of those, I'll say 100 homes, we only had two people that defaulted. One was to death, and one was a divorce. So the program works, and you did it for years. I mean, you're doing it right now over in the unincorporated areas. It works because of how it's arranged with your buy down money, the giving the lots to the developers to offset the costs, and looking for workforce end users to go into those homes. So it works. Just like Senator Dan Rich says all the time, we're running out of real estate, but sometimes we have real estate in house that we can make better deals on. We don't have to go out and purchase this for an astronomical amount of money. And we can take what we have and make what we want. So we would consider that and how it looks in terms of the pricing.
Okay, because I think we want that in our toolbox. We're doing, obviously, we're having to do a lot of rentals, but I know the difference of having stakeholders when people buy their place, what it means for a neighborhood, means it's all the difference.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm totally supportive. What I'm really trying to do is get as many owners as possible.
Yeah. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be my feeling as well. 7.3 acres is a lot to find in Broward County. And, if you look at what you can do with building multifamily homes versus single, it's a huge difference. So whatever we end up doing, if we could, try, and I understand the desire for home ownership for sure. But there are different types of mechanisms and ways to build. So I'd like to see us also try and get the largest number, because it's sad. I mean, to have to say it, but I mean to put like 50 or whatever on 7 acres when you could build up, but you could still look at something that would provide more homes and still provide home ownership. There, I think.
I agree with you, because when the idea came 2 weeks ago, we thought 25. Now we're 50 plus, but we're going to start looking at it and see what's the best possible use. If you look next door, you got the Housing Authority there, and they did some units there, and I think they had pretty similar in terms of acreage, and some of the zoning requirements wouldn't allow them to go up that high contiguous to that neighborhood or residential area, and then you'll see so much wasted space with the retention ponds. I know we need them, but the retention areas, I mean, it's like more retention areas than there are buildings. And they went 2 or 3 stories there. So we have to look at it, vet it, and see what's the best possible use that we can get. And we'll look at it and we'll bring it back. I want everyone to be, a part of this.
Yeah, and before I go to Senator Geller, first of all, thank you, Commissioner McKenzie, for bringing it forward. And you just take, for instance, the Rick Case development in Pompano Beach for Habitat for Humanity. They were able to get 77 homes on a lesser parcel than what this is. So I agree with the maximizing the density, but also at the same time, there's nothing like someone owning a home. And that's so rare today that if we can get them home ownership is so important, in my opinion. So
No, I agree, and I was a part of that.
Yeah.
And what happens when you come to these neighborhoods, the Pompano areas like this, the cosmetics. So I sat with Habitat and we redesigned how those houses look so that it complements these neighborhoods that sometimes we think are the lower economic end of the horizon, but people like myself, the leaders that you've once seen here, we all were born and raised in these neighborhoods. Our parents built these neighborhoods, and it's a rich, hidden jewel, so we just don't want anything plopped in there. And we had this issue with the housing authority next door, because that was William Dandy's neighborhood. That was Beauregard Cummings. I mean, there's some great leaders came out of those neighborhoods that are right behind the Rock Island and the Arthur Ashe School. So we want to complement it. The housing authority owned that property already. So they were able to at least be at the table saying we own it, and we work with them to come up with a good product. So we do want to complement those neighborhoods as we move forward. And I do think we're going to get more than 50. We could get 70, but we have to look at that.
You look at the issue in Pompano. What we did there is the drainage issue. We didn't have the drainage ponds, but the city of Pompano Beach jumped in. We were able to do some different things with the drainage that helped it obviously maximize the value in the land. So, but again,
we're going to look at every
these are all. The main thing is let's move it towards that area.
We got it.
Senator Geller.
Wondering, Mr. Mayor, this is a motion to discuss. Does there need to be a motion by Commissioner McKenzie for a consensus of the commission, or having had this discussion, county attorney, is that sufficient?
I think it just gets given, I think the county administration.
I support Commissioner McKenzie's request. I just want to make sure
Well,
we're
I didn't want to do it where we would be voting on it. I wanted to discuss it first as a courtesy to you all, and now we can move it forward, put it in the hands of
our administrator to follow up,
to make sure we hit all the benchmarks. But I wanted to discuss it first today because of what we had to discuss a year ago here with the debacle that we had.
Well discussed. Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 55 now.
Item 55 is a motion to discuss Broward County TOPS paratransit services. There's one member of the public signed up to speak.
Very good. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Bogan since this is his item.
I'm assuming many of you would think, we all get complaints, emails, why am I bringing this on here and not just dealing with it privately? And I'm going to explain that to you why real quickly. I just want to briefly just touch on the email, and I'll tell you why I'm bringing it here. There's a lady who contacted me. She has cerebral palsy, and she uses a powered chair, she says, for a device to speak. She's nonverbal. She cannot walk or speak. She says she's not illiterate. She went to college. She was dropped off by TOPS. She's supposed to be picked up at 2:30. She said no one ever arrived. She can't talk. She's in a wheelchair. And somehow she was able to communicate with her mother. 4 hours later, her mother came to pick her up, okay? She goes, I'm not the only person who's experienced this. She says, I've been afraid. Someone from TOPS finally went at 9 o'clock. What if nobody came to get me? Again, I can't talk and I have a wheelchair. So in life, TOPS, I don't mean how this sounds, but shit happens, okay? Buses break down, things happen, people are late. It's unfortunate. I don't know the best way to say it, but shit happens, okay? However, shit can't happen with a nonverbal person in a wheelchair. It can't happen. And so I had the chance to talk to the people from TOPS. I said, I think two things need to come for people who are helpless. Remember, when you go to or take an airplane anywhere, people who are disabled, when they get off that plane, there's people waiting right there with the wheelchair. Or when a minor goes on a plane, they escort that minor. They do things for people who are what is called more vulnerable. And so I really think something needs to be instituted, as I told them on my Zoom yesterday, that there has to be what we'll call the helpless list or the more vulnerable list. So whoever's on that list, that somebody in the company, there's a separate person who says, hey, did this person get picked up? This person be picked up? Something like that. And an emergency number. I don't know if they have, I was told they have an emergency number now. So if no one's being picked up, you don't call the normal number, which you're on hold for. There's an emergency number. So those are the two things that my ideas would need to correct the problem. But shit can't happen with somebody who is nonverbal and in a wheelchair. Probably people would say anybody's in a wheelchair, but especially somebody who's nonverbal. And so.
Totally agree with that. I did a CR on it and got the response back about what did occur. It was an issue with apparently the GPS put in South State Road 7 versus North State Road 7, and just kind of snowballed from there on out. But I agree, it can't happen. And I understand Mark and his team are doing training and making sure the dispatchers know, and I think Mr. Commissioner Bogan really brings up a good point, is going to keep on that person to make sure they were picked up.
So I support Ray, I support the company that does this. You know, it's not like I want to say, oh, you know, they got a tough job. You know, they got a lot of pickups and they got a lot of drop-offs, but this can't happen again. And so if it does happen again, I'd have a different motion to find somebody else. That's how much I feel about this. You cannot happen again. So I just want to make that clear, and I'm done talking.
Okay, Commissioner McKenzie, followed by Commissioner Rogers.
And when it was brought to our attention, I've had some calls about TOPS, and I shared it with the county administrator, and not to this level, but to me, customer service as a whole should just be something that is rendered each and every time that we enter into a contract or our vendorship. And the calls I'm getting seems like there's a communication disconnect with the rider and the driver in the instances that I got. So having someone I can reach out to rectify that, I don't want to take these type of calls. That's not my job. I'm a policymaker. But the calls are coming, and if you get more than one, you get more than two or more than three, then something is wrong.
Yep.
So I would like for us to, just pay attention to it, and I agree, under no circumstances should it be a person that can't fend for themselves, and that's just totally unacceptable. So how we move forward, I'm sure you'll follow this and monitor it. But Monica, I've given you my feedback on it, and she was going to pull some statistics for me, because I don't want to beat the company up, but I want to make sure that we can show up and make sure that we are the county that provides the best service.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you. I had the same conversation with staff because I was getting calls and I was witnessing it myself. I would go to the doctor's office and I see an elderly person sitting outside waiting. I would go in, be serviced, and I'm thinking I'm in there too long anyway. And when I come out, I see that elderly person still waiting for transportation. So you try to help, but the service center, whoever is providing that health care, needs to take a little bit more responsibility. You talk about, just being a human being. You see your patient sitting outside, someone can see what's going on. So it's both sides. But there's something wrong with that process right now. We need to know that we did not pick up that person. We need to know, that they're okay. They're doing surgery and coming outside waiting for transportation to go home and having issues. And we have other mode of transportation offering a solution. We give vouchers for taxis. Maybe they're not in a maybe not the small taxis, but they might need a special vehicle. Creating that opportunity is better than sitting for 2 and 3 hours waiting to be picked up. Offer them another voucher to use another type of transportation. It's still our tax dollars at work, and we just need to do it the best way.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a question. This is before you both got here, Commissioner McKenzie, before you and Commissioner Rogers got here, we had significant problems with TOPS, as you remember, and we've made a change, and this is a different, I think it's Transamerica, right? Yeah. So I'm just curious now, because I can tell you that before we changed to this, we had people waiting 5 hours outside of Cleveland Clinic, sitting on a bench. So these were, a lot of things, and it's gotten a lot better, it appeared, and now there are a few. So I'm wondering, is there a corrective action that's been taken? What exactly have you done so that we are following up now with our transportation people and with the county to make sure that the corrections are made?
Ms. Shapiro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. So there is a corrective action plan that the company has submitted to our transportation department. And I don't know if my transportation director, Ms. Corey Cuff-Lonergan, would like to come up and address. And I also know that there is a representative from Transportation America here today, if you'd like to address some questions directly.
Yeah, there are actually two. Mr. Chen and Mr. Levitt are here, but did you want to hear from Corey first? Did you want to hear the corrective plan first?
Yes.
Okay. Corey, would you come forward? And then I'm obviously going to open up now to Charles Mayhem because he signed up to speak as well. So.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to just be clear about this situation with Miss London. It was totally unacceptable, and we're not particularly excited about what happened here. It's very disappointing, and I'm sure it didn't land on anybody well, and we should never treat anybody like that. And I think, we need to just be clear. I told Vice Mayor Rich, when I was interviewing with her, I had a father who later in life had some cognitive and physical limitations, and I could only imagine him being in that predicament, and I would have been very upset about it too. So that's the human side of this and the part that we need to all own and recognize. From a corrective action standpoint, we've got a couple of things on the table that we are looking at. We've asked Transportation America to provide a corrective action plan for us. They are going to because this particular issue related to a human error with a dispatch, and it just mushroomed, as you mentioned. They are going to be hiring some more dispatchers, lead dispatchers, to make sure that they have some oversight on those critical trips that are delayed, or there's some compounding issues that are causing the trip to be delayed. They're also going to be doing some additional training to refamiliarize all of their dispatchers with the requirements and the policies and the procedures that they should be following. And they're also going to bring in a third-party trainer through Transit America TSI. I think it's Transportation Systems Institute. But at any rate, this is a national program that is available for any transit agency to use. Again, it's to reinforce the requirements of the American with Disabilities Act and to give the dispatchers an opportunity to become more familiar or refamiliar with what the requirements are and why we provide that vital service to a population of folks that really, really, really need our help. And we certainly understand that.
And just, Ms. Shapiro, this is something that's kind of disturbing too, is my office just got a call, and this gentleman is stranded at work as TOPS saying they're now 3 to 4 hours till they can pick up. And he actually had an appointed time for pickup. So here's another example that is disturbing, where he had a time slot to pick up, and then now TOPS is saying it's going to take 3 to 4 hours till he can be picked up from work. So that's obviously not acceptable either. So I think administration really needs to look at this thing pretty hard and heavy, look at the data on when people are getting, if they're calling for a time certain and they're not getting picked up, how long are these people waiting? I think it really needs to look at a more intensive part of it, because this is just another example of what occurs. So we can't let this happen anymore. It's got to be looked at. Yes. Commissioner, you need to put your microphone on.
Thank you. I think we need to look at whether or not what we're paying our drivers are creating problems, because I'm hearing that conversation as you look to whether or not we're competing against ourselves.
Lamar.
Okay? That is what I'm hearing. That's
Okay.
May
Commissioner
may I
Bogue?
address the driver's situation real quick, please? For the Transportation America contract, this came to the board a little while ago, and we did increase the,
We did. Yes.
the pay for them to a livable wage. So that contract, Commissioner, is within the bounds of the living wage.
Thanks.
Commissioner Bogan and Senator Geller?
Commissioner Rogers, well, pay is very important. I think before you got here, we talked about increasing pay at airports with this commission, but when you keep hearing late, it talks about management.
I know.
Okay?
I'm not
So what
taking
I'm
that
going to
away.
ask you is, hearing this, I think two things need to happen, is them to be accountable somehow. Second, we need to promote the taxi thing. It's cheaper, it's less expensive, it's more direct, and we need to start looking at giving business to the taxi cab industry, because it's going to save us a lot of money, right? Isn't it much less
Commissioner
expensive?
Bogan, they got, if there's a special need there with a wheelchair, et cetera, not all taxis have that available.
I understand that. I understand, but I'm not just talking about wheelchair right now.
No.
You know, I don't know if your person that called you is wheelchair bound, but.
No, he needed the TOPS program. That's what
Right.
he needed, yeah.
So why don't, you know, we have also a good alternative, talking about, you know, with our taxi cabs, and I think it's a less expensive alternative. I think we priced that out a couple years ago. And if TOPS can't get, people are waiting, you know, hours and hours, it's not going to be acceptable either. So it's going to be on my radar. I'm going to bring it up, you know, and see maybe in a couple weeks and see where we are with that. if that's
Thank
okay
you,
with
Commissioner. And I'm glad you brought up the taxi side of the equation. So just for awareness, we do offer a Rider's Choice program that a member of our paratransit community can use that, and the taxi providers are the major providers for that program. Well, we will do better. We will. What we've done is we've reached out to our paratransit community and let them know that this program exists. They choose to opt in and out. Some people prefer to use the paratransit services versus any other opportunities out there. That's a choice. But we can certainly take another bite out of the apple there to promote it even further and to get more adoption for that option. Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry to hear that right now, that we have this issue going on. If you would allow me to, I'd like to talk to your team and understand where that problem is so that we can fix it.
For sure. Senator Geller?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question. I agree that, because the paratransit is not necessarily the point-to-point, which the cabs are, is my understanding. And that may be one of the issues. So I think that cabs, for the population that can take them, which is not typically all of the paratransit, are a better alternative through y'all. But that I do think we have to recognize that the county is the one that owns these vehicles, and that I do have some concern that, you know, they're never, when you're dealing with the wheelchair, they're probably never going to be as fast as either the TNCs or the cabs. Let me ask you a question now, because the mayor said this is a recent issue, and I think that Commissioner Bogan's issue also relatively recent. To what extent have y'all been, were y'all affected by the recent flooding here? My understanding is that y'all lost a lot of your both management, your office, your vehicles, where are you on the recovery from the recent flooding?
Is that Mr. Mayman?
And
Is that you, sir?
yeah, I was just
Okay.
going to ask Corey if
Yeah,
you would
let's-
let them address that.
That's what I was going,
Yep.
he came towards, and I know
Thank
he
you,
had signed
Corey.
up, but I wanted to, but yes, sir. Mr. Mayman?
Mr. Mayman, did you hear my question, sir?
I did, Senator, thank you.
If you can address, again, it was a two-part, to what extent were your headquarters and what extent were the vehicles damaged? And have you guys recovered from this yet? If
So-
not, when do you think you will be?
So, Senator, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Charles Mayman, Transportation America. You should know that while I work with the organization, my job is not working day-to-day inside of Transportation America. I work in one of the associated companies. But I think it's important that everybody understand that our headquarters are right off of Perimeter Road on the north side of the airport. And my involvement has been just recently with them because we lost 42 TOPS vehicles that were flooded. We've turned those vehicles over to FEMA, and they're being replaced. And I understand that we have 30 new vehicles that have been procured. We are working shorthanded. Plus, there are an additional 20, almost 20 other vehicles that were damaged that are in the repair process. Also, we lost 50 of our employees' vehicles that were damaged, that we're dealing with during this. So we've been in that location for many, many years. Of course, we understand we're in South Florida. The north side of the airport, the Perimeter Road, is somewhat prone to flooding, but of course, nobody ever expected to happen, what occurred. So I wanted to bring that part of it, and answer Senator Geller's question.
Thank you, sir.
It's been difficult, and it continues to be difficult. We are operating shorthanded with vehicles right now.
You're very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask him a question, too.
Hold on. You done, Senator?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner McKenzie.
I'm kind of concerned that the company is sending the company is not bringing somebody that has, you say you just came with the company and...
No, Commissioner, I've been with the company for many, many years. I work in the EMS division of the company, and because there was, we were dealing with vehicles in high water, I got involved.
Okay, all right.
We do have two representatives here that
Okay.
work
Mr.
day-to-day.
Levitt's here as well.
Okay, so my question to you is, have you notified Monica Sapero, Kim Campbell, or anybody in the county, our transportation director? Let me ask you a question. Hey, we're down 50 vehicles, we're down this, employees. Have you, and when did you do that?
Okay, the answer is yes, but I'm going to let Mark Levitt, who runs the operation day-to-day, answer that question for you.
Go to Mr. Levitt.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Mark Levitt, the Executive Vice President of Transportation America. We have been we communicate with the county staff on a daily basis. And just so you understand how this program works, we provide the transportation and the service, but there's also a call center that takes the calls. So I do apologize for what happened here. As you know, number one is customer service, and especially with these people that are vulnerable. We've put some safeguards into place, okay, so that this doesn't happen again. But clearly, we have been in communication with the county. This happened a couple days after the storm. And, I don't want to give you excuses because it should have never happened. But we definitely have safeguards in place.
My reason I ask a question for Monica is, if they're down all these vehicles, what are we doing to all these people that need rides? Are we telling them, go call a cab? What are we doing to, if they're down vehicles and unable to meet their, it'd be normal operations? She's going to answer that.
Yeah, Ms. Keflon again will be able to address that.
Thank you. So what we've done is we've ordered 40 extra sedans to replace the vehicles that have been, that are currently out of commission. And we expect delivery of those vehicles to be here within 30 to 45 days. Obviously, they couldn't come right away. There has been some shortages for equipment that, was following some of the pandemic issues. But that is what we have on order for them. But in addition to that, the Transportation America has been working on a plan to have enough equipment to satisfy the demand.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just
okay.
real quick. They just said they're down a ton of vehicles, okay? Saying you're gonna order 30 to 40 on order really is not a good answer for me, maybe for somebody else. People need rides tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day. Why aren't we referring them, we have hundreds of taxi cabs or 1,000, whatever. Why aren't we referring them to the taxis? What's the matter? It saves us money too. I don't understand why, everybody that calls, why we can't refer them to taxis. They're gonna wait 40 days, 60 days. I know there's a shortage of cars.
Right. Commissioner, I will take what you said under, we will handle this. We will get on it and we'll handle it, sir.
So Commissioner, yeah, thank you, Corey. So what I was just going to suggest is, as soon as this is over, I'm going to make sure I am fully briefed on all of the particulars of this and make sure that those calls for service, that there's an absolute plan through Transportation America, because I have not had a chance to meet with them personally, and I'd like to understand what their plan is for addressing, to fulfill the contract needs and the needs of all the riders that have rides in queue.
Okay, but I mean, the gentleman was nice enough to say, hey, they can't help the weather, they're down all these vehicles.
Understood.
So we should be right today referring, to taxis. I mean, not waiting, now, we got a plan for 40 days, it's fine, but what about the next month and a half, 2 months?
Yep.
Okay.
And we need to make sure that the day-to-day riders need the service now, they can't wait anymore.
That we will have some response for you this afternoon.
Okay, very good. Commissioner McKenzie?
I'm just going to reiterate customer service, and pre-rain, we were having issues. And I didn't become a commissioner in the last 5 months. It's been 8 years across the street. I got the phone calls there, but I'm not using that report card. I'm using the information I gathered here to question where we are with this system. But customer service, and I think the gentleman who just spoke with the hat said this is a vulnerable segment of our community. And we're talking about handicap, we're talking about seniors that are using these vehicles for medical and just social services to be independent. And it wasn't working then. I got a few examples now, and I asked Monica again, and she's going to get it for me. The statistics on evaluating where they are, but this is unacceptable. But to me, just customer service. And we talked about the pay, so the pay's there, but for a person to operate that vehicle and not be courteous and not be considerate is what I'm getting at, and want to make sure that in this professional training, we revisit that so that the folks understand they work for us, and we want people with smiles. We want people who are going to be taking care of our residents as they drive them to and from their needs daily. So that's more my concern. How do we get up to speed on just treating people like people?
I think, so we bring this to a landing right now, Senator, if that's okay. Let's bring it in. We understand that Ms. Shapiro understands our frustration. She's going to get with her staff and with Transportation America and report to us as soon as you can on a plan of attack to make sure that no matter vehicles, whatever it may be, that these folks will be picked up every day per schedule, okay? We're good. All right, that concludes our agenda. We are now under our non-agenda reports. I'm going to begin with Commissioner McKenzie, if I can.
I think I've said enough, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Bogan, do you have any non-agenda reports?
60 seconds.
Yes, sir.
May 1st was the first day our pilot project started. Again, I want to thank my commissioners for their support. I also want to say that I talked to Monica about, we promoted this. We're going to be doing advertising. We're going to be doing marketing to get the 15,000 people. If anybody wants to join me in the advertising or marketing, let me know, because we're going to be out there in the community. And that's it. Have a great week.
I'm on board.
Commissioner Ryan.
So even though, many people are back in their homes after the real disaster that we had with the flooding, there were some particularly hard-hit neighborhoods. I mean, everybody knows about Edgewood, just north of the airport. There was an area between 40th Avenue and 441, between Sterling and Griffin Road. That's an older working-class neighborhood that had a tremendous amount of flooding. And, a lot of these folks, for one reason or another, did not have flood insurance. May have had windstorm insurance and the liability insurance, but for some reason, they didn't have the flood. Sometimes because either they didn't have a mortgage on the property or, some other circumstances, they were in an area that was not considered as flood prone as others. But, with a disaster of this magnitude, there's a lot of hurting going on. There's a disaster recovery effort by FEMA that apparently there's been a requisite number of losses that have triggered this, effort. And I want to, thank the federal government on its prompt response and people out there in these neighborhoods, knocking on doors and getting, some information. I noticed, Mayor, that you participated in that also, and, that was really, very gracious on your part to get out there. I think it was Monday morning you were out there and speaking with people. So there is some federal money out there, There was apparently under some criteria that we could access some state money. And, I'm curious as to, how the county wants to approach this. If there's any funds that we might make available under specified, criteria for people, that own their homes and, that can show the extent of the damage of the actual interior flooding and, the questions about, their insurance coverage and their circumstances, that I'd like to have the county administrator take a look at this and see if there's something that we can go back to our residents and speak to them and say, under certain circumstances, you may be eligible for some, additional funds. My understanding was that I think FEMA may, be in a position to make some small payments. I don't know if it's like a $5,000 max or whatever, but, you can imagine, when you've got to take out your flooring, you've got to, remove baseboard and some drywall and, some of your appliances, it's a big undertaking for regular folks. So, if you could have somebody in your team, kind of reach out to my office, and I think to the other commissioners, and let us know, what might be available so we can continue to have accurate communication with our residents.
Thank you. Commissioner Udine.
Thank you. Very briefly, I just wanted to thank everyone at the county that had anything to do with Fleet Week. I thought that it was great to see all the different events that went on countywide, and there was a lot. I know waiving the fares on the buses, which the mayor brought up again this year, there were a lot of sailors and Coast Guard people and Marines that went throughout the county, through all different areas, to go to the schools and go to a lot of different places, and I just thought that the county handled it very well as far as Fleet Week and the Air and Sea Show, and it was very well received. The second thing I want to mention is, I just think that we ought to, I know the mayor mentioned it in one of the media interviews that I saw, and I think it'll be something that we'll talk about in the future. I thought Port Everglades did an excellent job after what happened with the flooding, and we see what goes on. We see how much fuel and what we do in the port to supply the entire southern portion of the United States. Without commenting, I didn't really get any emails or comments from people that couldn't get fuel. Everyone was able to get it. There were some issues as far as maybe you had to go to a different station of choice, and the media kind of ramped a little bit of this up with the fuel availability. But I think in the future, we're going to have to look at some different, methods as we approve different licensing on where the equipment's going to be. I've been there, I've seen how they do it. I understood why it was taking a little bit longer based on what went on. But I think that the public doesn't realize that the port is really just like a landlord to private sector entities that are in the port. And I thought that our port did a lot to make sure that that system, got up and running very quickly. And I just thought I would mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Yep. I just want you to know that my husband keeps count every day about your appearances on TV, along with Daniela Levine. And yesterday it was 2-0 your favor.
It's Mayor Udine
It's too much.
for anybody else. Mayor Udine.
Man, he's one of the 12 people that watch. That's one of-
Whatever. Anyway, so I just want to mention, I have to get there soon, it's 5 o'clock, this thing. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, dedicated to destigmatizing mental health care, education, and supporting people with mental illness and their families. So to honor this, Broward Behavioral Health Coalition, in collaboration with its community partners, including NAMI, Mujeres Latinas, and United Way of Broward County, is hosting educational awareness activities, workshops, and there's going to be a unique art exhibition tonight, starting at 5 o'clock. There's a reception at the Southwest Regional Library in Pembroke Pines. By the way, we can always count on them for being there for these kinds of events. And the exhibit includes sculptures that were never featured before. The art exhibit actually is through a nonprofit organization established in South Florida called National Art Exhibition by the Mentally Ill, and it's dedicated to discovering, studying, promoting, exhibiting, and preserving the art of those struggling with mental illness throughout the world. And as I said, it starts at 7, and it'll be going on for the whole month of May, May 2nd to May 31st, so if anybody wants to go out there and take a look at it, I'm sure it is going to be very worthwhile. Thank you.
That's it.
That's it.
Commissioner Burr?
Okay, thank you. First of all, Mayor, I just want to think you've been doing a great job with all this flooding stuff. And the fact that we were able to get FEMA, I know you worked really hard, I know Monica worked really hard. I do want to thank Congressman Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz, because I think they were very key as well. They had the year of President Biden, and we needed that. And it was good to be able to talk with my constituents and have something to offer and say, because before, it was pretty tough. I do think, what I am hearing is that for those who really can't afford to do improvements, to get the FEMA money, they have to, it's reimbursable.
Yes.
And that's hard. They don't have the money on the front end.
Right.
And so I think we may want to look at if there's a way of providing that to, and then FEMA reimburses, maybe they reimburse us. But however, to help them do it on the front end, I don't know how to do it. But some are being left out in the cold because they don't have money on the front end.
Right.
So I don't know the best way to deal with that. But maybe we should try to give it some thought. On May 9th, I'll be doing Habitat for Humanity. We're building some houses. I don't know if anybody else is going to be out there. Maybe?
Where's that?
I think it's in Pompano.
Is it?
Yeah.
At the Rick Case
Yeah.
site there
Yeah,
at
I think so.
6th Street and...
Yeah, yeah. And then I will be going to all the different city commissions with this passed. Hopefully I can get it through. And lastly, I just want to congratulate the Lauderhill Transit Center for being the first LEED Gold certified transit facility in the United States, which is very good. Yeah, that's a feather in our cap. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor just forgot one thing she wants to jump in on.
You mentioned Debbie, so I just must say that finally, on May 7th, that's Sunday, next Sunday, there'll be a dedication. Everyone has received an invitation, just urging you to come if you can. A dedication of the Ann Wasserman, that's Debbie's mother, her Memorial Community Garden at Markham Park. I was out there for the groundbreaking, and I'm so thrilled. We have this trees and vegetables and all kinds of garden, and it's kind of sponsored by the Western Community Garden Society. And so the dedication is going to be Sunday at, I believe, 10 o'clock. Yes.
At Markham.
10 a.m. at Markham Park.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Geller.
Thank you. First, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you on your brilliant showing at the Mayor's Ball, where we were all there, where you represented us well.
Thank you.
Secondly, it seems that I've been busy birthdaying recently. The JCC I spoke at the JCC for the Israel 75th anniversary in the city of Plantation for their 70th anniversary. And finally, I wanted to briefly bring commissioners up to date. I serve on the legislative committee of Florida Association of Counties. I cannot tell you all of the bad stuff that the legislature has done because it would take too long. But there were 3 items that I did want to mention. First of all, term limits was discussed for county commissioners, which would be retroactive the way it had been worded, and would have been 8 years in retroactive. So, however, it looks like they are going to do 8-year term limits for school board members only and not include county commissioners. And this was specifically because of the Florida Senate. The Senate President and the Rules Committee Chair expressed no enthusiasm for including county commissioners. Secondly, it appears that there's an agreement that has been reached on drop, and that will have an effect on county budget. They opted for moderate to medium position, and county commissioners, those of you that have been in government for any period of years, I would urge you to take a look at that because that could have a direct impact on you. And finally, fortunately, it appears, until you hear the word sine die and the gavel goes down, you don't know, but it appears that this year we have again defeated the preemption on local governments establishing living wage ordinances, local preferences, small business preferences, apprenticeships, associated builders and contractors and some other companies pushing really, really hard for that. And it appears that that was defeated, but hasn't been, I mean, that's what we've been told, but they haven't sine died yet. So wish us all luck. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
We'll definitely do,
Thank you.
Senator. Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me say that I recall when I got here that there was an urgency in that report that we were expecting from the university on the housing issues. You all recall that report? I know the report is here. I'm trusting it is not going to be on the shelf, that we're going to workshop it. I haven't heard that it's going to be discussed.
It's coming soon, yep.
It's coming soon. Just wanted to make sure it's not sitting on the shelf. We've been
Keep
waiting
it on
too
the
long.
radar.
And as we had the discussion earlier about properties that are vacant and we're trying to identify those properties, I'm just curious as to properties that's owned by the county that we have identified, that if we own it, we can move on it faster than trying to negotiate a contract. So I would ask that we prioritize the properties owned by the county so we can start going vertical on some of those properties that we have. So that's that. I just wanted to mention once again Kayla Samuels because I forgot her name, and out of respect for the family and the community, yes, she was born May 14, 1998, so she died right before her birthday on 4/17/23. A great loss to her family, young 23-year-old, but we have issues. Last week, I was fortunate to have my nieces participate in Bring Your Child to Work. I would like to thank staff for taking the time to educate all of the children that participated and made it a widely successful time for them. Through a partnership with FarmShare, District 9 provided roughly 1,000 families with groceries, and we intend to continue to meet the needs of our community through outreach and partnerships as we move forward. I know we're all, we have busy schedule and our communities are very active, but I can tell you, District 9 is not waiting. They're just doing things. We have a Teachers Appreciation Breakfast on May 9th at Christian Community Church of God in Lauderhill. The annual Teachers of the Year being sponsored by the City of Lauderhill on May 11th. Housing Affordable Town Hall meeting, I'm planning that for May 17th at the Nob Hill Soccer Club in Sunrise. Out to Do Business with Broward County workshop May 24th at the Sunrise Senior Center, multipurpose. And of course, cricket, I know I'm going to be having a discussion with staff, but I would like to go beyond just a discussion with staff and to see how we get this item on the agenda for May 23rd so we can have everyone engaged. As my colleague would say, when we are all engaged, we all know, and we can come up with solutions. We know that session will start early next year, so we need to start looking at our appropriations or policies and whatever we need to get done sooner than later because of that. And lastly, I'm always saying recreation is good for the soul. Please join me on May 21st in the city of Lauderdale Lakes. There's an event that I've fondly called Unifest because I believe that it brought people out and brought our community together. So come see us. The mayor did not know he offered to come by and present his proclamation that we approved today, and also to auction off Commissioner Bogan. He's up for auction. Okay, so.
I can't sell in negative terms. I can only be a positive. I can't say minus $1.
Oh, no. I thought I had it. Okay, but that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple items before we move on to our other folks here.
Mayor, real quick, is there a cost to Unifest? Is there a cost associated with it?
Is there a cost for Unifest?
Between 12 and 3, it's free. Kids on the 12 free all day. And of course, there's a little cost of $20.
That was for the public. I knew, but I got the questions. I wanted to be out there. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Was able to welcome the Big Brothers Big Sisters State Conference here in Fort Lauderdale. It was kind of neat. As mayor, you get to kind of welcome these wonderful folks and associations across the world, really, and what they're making a big difference, and having some personal testimonies of gentlemen and ladies that actually went through the program and now are so highly successful. So kudos to them. The Caribbean Shipping Association Conference was yesterday. That began. Again, another exciting event. Probably 200 people were there. And found out from Jonathan Daniels, I think they represent about a quarter of our shipping containers. So if we ship 1 million containers a year, they're about 250,000. So really how important they are to our economic benefits to our poor. So thanks to them. I do want to thank all those who attended the mayor's gala. Thank you. I think we had 100% turnout. Thank you so much for participating for United Way. I think they raised a lot of money for United Way, and what they serve our community is really outstanding. So just thank you for your participation. I want to thank FEMA. Again, Commissioner Furr talked about this briefly, but FEMA has just been phenomenal. Mr. John Mills, who's their PIO gentleman, but bringing the teams to the community is really important. And we're bringing the boots on the ground, door by door, which is really fascinating. And to know that some of the folks that didn't have internet service, now we have the tablets, we have the iPads going door to door, filling the surveys out for them. As early as Monday morning, people were already getting inspectors right there from FEMA who had filled out the surveys and called the 621 FEMA number. So it's working. It is working, and just want to thank them. And also want to put together, or put to rest a bad rumor that our airport pumped water out of the airport into the neighborhoods. That's not true. First of all, we didn't have any pumps to begin with, but to begin with, so that was a rumor going around when we were pumping water into the Edgewood community from our airport. So just wanted to get that on the record that that's not happening. And as we continue to help folks out, keep them in their prayers also. These families are really hard hit, and visited some folks that had children there in the war, and I could see the water halfway up their second panel of windows. was going. So, and FEMA was right there helping this young lady out. So, and then last but not least is Happy Mother's Day to everybody. Happy Mother's Day is on the 14th, so all those mothers here, and you get to celebrate Mother's Day. So all of our children and all those folks that make sure that we take care of our mothers that day.
You know what, I should have remembered that, because we're not going to meet before that, but my mother is going to be celebrating her 101st birthday on May 12th.
See that? See that? So
Yep, yeah.
we might have to give her a
she's
proclamation
great.
or something, Vice Mayor, or something,
Debbie
you
gave her
know?
one from Congress.
Does she have your gusto?
Okay, all right.
Yes.
She does.
She does.
She puts you in her place?
She has all
We-
of her faculties.
We need to talk to her
She has
about,
all of her faculties.
if the Vice Mayor gets out of line, we need to tell Mom about it. All righty. Mr. Melton, anything to report, sir? We did hear from you the pledge, and we appreciate your words of wisdom. Mr. Myers, anything? Last but not least, Ms. Shapiro.
Thank you, yes, and I'll try to wrap this up kind of quickly. So, thank you, Senator Geller, for some of that legislative update. We are absolutely by the minute. I'm getting updates from what's happening up there in Tallahassee. We will be putting together a summary, as we always do, and give you the latest and greatest, and certainly if there's anything of critical issues, we will get those out to you as well. And I wanted to really just spend a couple of minutes on the FEMA piece, and thank you, Mayor, for your comments about the work that FEMA is doing. We did send out a flyer that looks like this, just a one-sheeter for the camera, and we'll get that out. I know our public communications team is also posting all of the information that FEMA is sharing with us so that we can get that word out. We'll make sure, and I've asked Michael after this meeting to make sure that you have all the press releases and everything from FEMA so you guys can push that out as well to your communities and your districts. Couple of updates, the disaster survivor assistance teams that are here from FEMA, they're going door to door. I know you guys know that, and Mayor, you mentioned some of that. Also, we're doing the FEMA's actually doing an open house in the BMSD with a table, and we're going to have an open house on Saturday, May 6th at ARLIC, at the African American Research Library and Cultural Center. As with the door-to-door work of the DSA teams, FEMA staff will help impacted BMSD residents and homeowners to understand and apply how to apply for FEMA assistance. And then the disaster recovery centers, we worked with FEMA and the municipalities that are getting those DRCs to help identify where those will be. And so, Michael, I don't know if there's anything specific you have that you'd like to add to that? Or, okay, then we'll send out some additional information to you all so that you guys can share that with your communities as well. And lastly, on that FEMA piece that I know Commissioner Farr and Commissioner Ryan both asked me to look into or to start analyzing about financial kind of review. So we will speak with FEMA about, if there's anything for those affected folks on the reimbursement side. But I think we started on a policy level to start getting into a slippery slope of front-loading some of that. But we're going to look at some of FEMA's policies to see what might be able to be done. Also, we're looking very closely at the BMSD, obviously, because that's the body that you sit as the city commission, if you will. And how to help assist those residents, particularly hand-holding and to coordinate some of that assistance. I know that I've heard anecdotally that some municipalities are also looking at what they might be able to do for their city municipal residents.
Actually, Mr. Shapiro, that's a good question. I don't want to interrupt you, but I know that Mayor Trentalis has said twice now in a press conferences that I think today he's bringing forward to his commission where he is going to recommend up to $5,000 per household. So that would obviously help what Commissioner Furr is talking about, especially in Fort Lauderdale. So we'll see how Mayor Trentalis does on that, because he feels very confident, I'm assuming, that he's going to get $5,000 per household in that. in addition to all this money, so we'll see how that shakes out.
All right, thank you. That was rounding out my comments, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner McKenzie?
And I wanted to speak to that, and I spoke to Monica about it because one day he said he's gonna do it, one day he said he went to Washington and FEMA came. The next morning he was on the news saying that FEMA doesn't cover everything. And then he
Correct.
said he's gonna ask the county to participate. So I went to Monica, and I want us to be clear on what we can and cannot do. Because
Correct.
he's
And
speaking-
I corrected that in the media, that
I get it, but when we go out with this PIO media campaign, if we're not doing anything directly for services and we're coordinating, let's make sure that's clear so that people don't have false hope. Now, we can do the other things or create something where the county is actually handing or giving something out as an initiative, then we need to say that, because what's going on now, to me, is just a lot of misinformation, and people are getting frustrated. No one needs water, no one needs food that I've been talking to out there. People need housing, repairs, places to stay, that type of stuff, not this water stuff. And we've had a situation in Fort Lauderdale where they had cases and cases of water at a church. And they had so much water that they couldn't bring it inside at night, so they had to hire a police officer to watch it at night. And people that were getting it were going back selling it. Not everyone, but people will take advantage of this stuff because the stores never closed.
Right.
The gas stations never really shut down. People need their homes repaired. If we can do something in that area, I'm all for it, but I'll leave that up to you and your creative staff to figure out what can we really do for those people that were really affected and don't have the insurance.
And I agree with that. That's why I corrected the media when they asked me about the same question, that, we're going to provide funding. And I said we could maybe provide funding on what funding is available to us, meaning FEMA, et cetera, not from the general fund issue. So I wanted to make that clear to the media.
Thank you.
On that, so. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, I
No,
interrupted you.
those
That
were
was
my
it?
comments. Yeah, and I apologize for my.
Yes, Vice Mayor?
Just want to say one thing about our mayor. I got calls from actually mayors, people that were invited up on the stage. Would you all listen a minute? Hey, excuse me. Just.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to say something nice about our mayor, and I wanted you to hear it. That I got calls, mayors actually said how nice it was that our mayor, they've never seen it before at the United Way Ball, that our mayor called up all the other mayors to come up onto the stage. And I want to just say, we talk about working together, about doing things together, and that was such a wonderful gesture, and it was recognized by people, so I wanted
Thank you,
everybody
Vice
to
Mayor.
know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.